Chapter 820. Something seemed to be coming out from the bottom of her heart. That answer was within her reach, as if there was only a thin veil between them. As long as she pierced through it, she would know. At this moment, Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. She cried out in pain and hugged her head. It was as if someone was crazily chopping at her head with an axe, trying to split her head open. The excruciating pain made Chu Luiyue clench her teeth as her body trembled slightly. After some time, the pain gradually disappeared. Chu Luiyue's forehead was covered in sweat, and her lips were pale. She was drenched in sweat as if she had just been scooped out of the water. She leaned against the stone wall at the side and rested for a while before she gradually recovered. She was clearly very close to that answer, but there seemed to be an invisible hand stopping her, not allowing her to take another step forward. Chu Luiyue let out a long breath and looked up at the darkness. There seemed to be waves in the depths of her eyes. The first master would definitely recognize her. It's also very likely that they were very close in the past. However, other than the scene on the cliff, she couldn't remember anything else. After standing in the same spot and thinking for a while, Chu Luiyue finally decided to put this matter aside. Not only Master, but Dabao and the other two's identities were also a mystery. I'll ask them properly when I see them again. The most important thing now is to go out and find the dancing lotus. Just as this thought surfaced in Chu Luiyue's mind, she suddenly felt a wave coming from her dantian. She was slightly stunned and realized that the wave came from the heavenly square cauldron. It seems to be the two-tian baby. Chu Luiyue's heart moved, and she summoned the heavenly square cauldron. A small transparent square cauldron sat quietly on her palm. Two jade-green two-tian babies floated in it and gently swayed in one direction. Chu Luiyue squinted her eyes. Is it talking about the dancing lotus's location? Dumpling. With a command, a red color flashed across her eyes. Dumpling appeared in front of her. Chu Luiyue looked at its wings, and the wounds on them were almost healed. The divine beast's recovery ability was strong to begin with. In addition, Dumpling was a red-tailed red phoenix with an extremely strong bloodline. Naturally, it was needless to say. In addition, the two-tian baby had now submitted to Chu Luiyue. The power it had left behind would not cause any harm to Dumpling. On the contrary, it would be even more beneficial. As long as one did not look carefully, one would not be able to tell that he had been injured. Chu Luiyue felt slightly relieved. Hula, Dumpling spread its wings and Chu Luiyue jumped onto its back. Go! Chu Luiyue shouted. Dumpling let out a clear cry and flapped its wings. He leaped into the air. Screech! This clear sound of breaking through the clouds immediately attracted the attention of the few people waiting outside. The few of them seemed to have sensed it and looked up in unison. That already withered Wan Yeshan suddenly started to break inch by inch and silently turned into powder. It scattered with the wind. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes. Lei Laosi looked at his big brother excitedly, and when he saw his big brother's expression, he became even more agitated. Chang Wanzhou's eyes were fixed on her. His soft, short blonde hair covered most of his eyes, but there was a rare hint of nervousness on his handsome face. Mu Hongyu was originally cultivating, but when she heard the sound, she quickly opened her eyes. Tsong Tsong, who was beside her, already couldn't help but take 2 steps forward with respect in its eyes. Yi Ranran acutely sensed the change in the surrounding atmosphere, and his eyes lit up as he asked Mu Hongyu softly, "Are you coming? Is Lu Yu coming out?" The moment he said that, a gigantic figure rapidly rushed out from below. The sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A red tail swept across the sky like a fire. It was the red-tailed phoenix. Everyone looked over and saw a girl standing on the red-tailed phoenix's back. Her shoulders were straight as she stood against the wind, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. If it wasn't Chu Luiyue, who else could it be? After staying in the dark space for too long, she still wasn't used to it when she suddenly came out. Luckily, it was before dawn, and the blue sky revealed a faint light. Chu Luyue closed her eyes and quickly saw the scene in front of her clearly. She scanned the area from the corner of her eyes and saw that the entire mystic forest below had withered. At a glance, it was silent and had a sinister aura. Not far from the gradually dissipating mother tree, there were a few people standing. Lu Yu. Mu Hongyu couldn't hold it in and shouted first. She kept waving at Chu Luyue excitedly and joyfully. Lu Yu. We're here. Yi Ranran was also so agitated that his face flushed red. It's really her. She really came out. After such a long wait, nobody knew what kind of torture they went through in their hearts. But it was worth it just for this moment. Chang Wanzhou pressed his lips together. Even though he didn't have much of an expression on his face, his amber-like eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars. I know. I've always known. She will definitely be safe and sound. Lei Laoxi's hanging heart finally relaxed as he waved his fists and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew it. What kind of person is Her Highness? This isn't a problem at all. Qin Yi's lips curved up slightly as he stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at that girl. She was like a god of war that came back from hell as she exuded a valiant and cold aura from head to toe, making people subconsciously submit to her. Even if she was in a dangerous situation, she would definitely think of ways to solve all her difficulties and stand up again. This is the Her Highness we've been following. Seeing these few people, Chu Liyue's heart suddenly felt warm. In an instant, all her limbs and bones seemed to be smooth. No matter what the situation is, there will always be people waiting for me relentlessly. Meeting the few people's expectant and joyful gazes, Chu Liyue finally understood. She had never been alone in this battle. Dumpling, let's go down, said Chu Liyue with a smile. Dumpling responded, flapped its wings, and swooped down toward the ground again. The strong aura of a legendary fiend instantly enveloped the entire space. Chu Liyue leaped up and jumped down. Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran immediately rushed forward, but when they reached Chu Liyue, they widened their eyes in disbelief and stared at her without blinking. Lu Yu? Lu Yu. It's really you. Chu Liyue smiled brightly, and her eyes curved into crescents as she pinched the two people's faces. Of course, it's really me. Mu Hongyu was slightly better, but Yi Ranran's eyes directly reddened. That's great. I thought, as he spoke, his voice already sounded like he was about to cry. Chu Liyue's heart warmed up. Don't worry, I'm fine. Aren't I perfectly fine? She then looked up at the remaining three people. Countless emotions gathered in her heart, and in the end, they turned into one sentence. Thank you for being willing to wait for me. I'm back. A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 821. Qin Yi's and Lei Laoxi's expressions froze when they heard that. Only they knew the true meaning of this sentence. Not only was she Chu Liyue, but she was also Shangguan Yu. This empire originally belonged to her, but it was snatched away by someone using despicable means. Now, she was finally back, and she was going to take back everything that she had lost. The woman in front of them was dressed normally, and her shoulders were thin. However, her pair of black jade-like eyes had a noble aura that looked down on the world. If it weren't for the fact that Mu Hongyu and the other two were still here, Lei Laoxi would have knelt down on one knee and greeted her. Her Highness is indeed still Her Highness. Our long wait wasn't in vain at all. Qin Yi glanced at him with a gentle gaze. We've been staying here for close to 2 years. Actually, even we didn't know if Her Highness was still alive or when she would return. From start to end, we relied on our stubbornness to persevere. Now, we can finally see the moon after parting the dark clouds. Not to mention Old Four, but even his heart was surging with emotions. Chang Wanzhou seemed to have sensed something and glanced over. For some reason, he felt that Qin Yi and Lei Laosi treated Chu Luyue differently. Even though he didn't know much about the ways of the world, he had the sharp instincts of a wild beast. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to stay with them with such ease and wait for Chu Luyue to come out together. He looked at Chu Luyue and saw that her eyes were so deep that he couldn't see the bottom of them. It seemed like she was hiding a lot of secrets. Chang Wanzhou looked down. Since she doesn't want to say it now, I won't ask. There will come a day when she wants to say it, and she will naturally say it. Lu Yu, why were you trapped down there for so long? What exactly happened in between? How did you come out? After confirming that Chu Luyue had returned safely, Mu Hongyu was completely relieved. The moment she relaxed, she couldn't help but ask a series of questions in one breath. Chu Luyue was caught between laughter and tears. It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it when we get back. Yi Ranran exclaimed. Lu Yu, you seem to have broken through again. Chu Luyue blinked. She had stayed in the two Tian babies' god's domain for more than a year. It would be strange if she hadn't made a breakthrough. Her current realm was already peak rank 5. He was only one step away from becoming a rank 6 warrior. In fact, she had already felt that she had touched that invisible barrier several times before. It was just that she didn't have the time to focus on breaking through, so she suppressed it. As long as she wanted to, she could actually step into the rank 6 warrior realm at any time. I was just lucky, Chu Luyue explained simply. Yi Ranran's round little face was full of amazement. Master said that luck is also a part of strength. Lu Yu, when we return, the pavilion master, and all the other senior brothers and sisters will definitely be very proud of you. Chu Luyue laughed and knocked her forehead lightly. Do you think I can't tell? Didn't you all make breakthroughs too? Yi Ranran rubbed her forehead and smiled embarrassedly. This is all thanks to Big Brother Qin and the rest for constantly urging us to cultivate and giving us a lot of pointers in between. Chu Luyue's smile deepened as she looked at the Qin Yi duo with a teasing look in her eyes. Then, I really have to thank Big Brother Qin and Big Brother Lei. The two of them were very strong, especially Qin Yi, who was very smart. In the entire Tianling dynasty, countless people wanted to get a word of advice from him but couldn't. Now, it was convenient for Mu Hongyu and the rest. This would be extremely beneficial to their future cultivation. Tsong Tsong, who was in her arms, started twisting. Mu Hongyu changed her position and hugged it with difficulty. Tsong Tsong, you're getting heavier now. If this goes on, I won't be able to carry you. Where's that legendary fiend? Mu Hongyu inadvertently glanced and suddenly saw that the sky was empty. The white lion that had been occupying this place previously seemed to have disappeared. Once she said that, the others also recalled this incident. Chu Luyue asked curiously, what about the legendary fiend? What legendary fiend? Mu Hongyu explained, it's a huge white lion. It's a huge white lion, but it looks dirty. It seems to have come from the Red Moon Desert. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat when he heard the first half of the sentence. A legendary fiend-level white lion? She recognized a powerful white lion, Xue Xue. However, she remembered that Xue Xue didn't seem to be a legendary fiend. It didn't seem like it came from the Red Moon Desert either. However, she still had doubts in her heart. Not long before you came out, it left and went missing. Qin Yi said lightly. Chu Luyue nodded thoughtfully and temporarily suppressed the doubts in her heart. She scanned her surroundings and asked thoughtfully, did the others leave already? The moment she said that, the entire place fell silent for a moment. Qin Yi said lightly, Shengguan Wan and the others thought that you were dead, so they quickly left with their men, leaving only the few of us here. Chu Luyue nodded. This is something that Shengguan Wan would do. Originally, Senior Brother Zhu Hong and the others wanted to stay and wait for you, but Big Brother Qin said that it was too dangerous here and persuaded them to go back. Mu Hongyu added. Chu Luiyue chuckled. Their men were all injured back then, so of course, they had to go back quickly. After all, they're taught by Dragon Teeth Mountain, so there's nothing to criticize about their character. Yi Ranran asked, all right. Let's go back now then, Lu Yu. Pavilion Master and Master must be anxious from waiting. Most of the people had already gone back, and only they were still waiting here. The key point was that they couldn't send any news back. I don't know how those people explained it to Pavilion Master and the others when they went back. Besides, even we weren't sure that Lu Yu could return safely. If Pavilion Master and the others really thought that something happened to Lu Yu, they would definitely be heartbroken. Qin Yi's eyes flickered. If I didn't remember wrongly, Yuqi Song should have come a while ago. It's a pity that Jiang Yucheng and the others were with him back then, so Qin Yi didn't let them in. However, Yuqi Song should be able to guess something. Chu Luiyue shook her head lightly. No hurry. I have something else to do now. What? The few of them looked over with some doubts. Chu Luiyue raised her hand and pointed in the direction of Mirror Lake. Retrieve the dancing lotus. A ray of white appeared at the edge of the blue sky. Then, a ray of light pierced through the thick clouds and shone out. The entire sky was gradually dyed orange-red. Finally, a bright red sun leaped out from the sea of clouds. In the Red Moon Desert, the chilly night air quickly dissipated, and under the sunlight, it gradually became boiling hot. A tall black figure was traversing through the golden desert. Behind him, there was a white lion that had already turned into an earthen yellow color. Digression: last night, I was informed by the editor to change the story, which meant that all the physical contact and so on had to be changed. Hence, I took it out chapter by chapter and sent it to the editor. The editor then told me to change it, and I changed it before submitting it for review. Finally, I changed it to 1 p.m. yesterday, and I felt terrible. I changed about 7 to 8 chapters at the beginning, and I changed some paragraphs and sentences. Everyone, make do with it. Woo 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 woo. At this moment, I'm so glad that Rong Xiao was locked up in the little black room for so long. Woo woo woo. I'll continue at 6 p.m. Woo woo woo. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 822. The master and servant walked forward. The sun was scorching, and the sand was boiling hot. However, Rong Xiao's footsteps were very stable and maintained the same speed. If someone was here and looked carefully, they would see that Rong Xiao's feet didn't touch the quicksand. With every step he took, there was half an inch of distance between his feet and the sand. It looked like he was walking in the desert, but he was actually walking in the air. He didn't leave any traces behind. Xue Xue followed behind and did the same. Looks like you didn't waste these few years. You've already cultivated your movement skills to such a level. Dugu Mabao's voice sounded as if it was right beside his ear. Rong Xiao smiled. Thank you for your praise, senior. Dugu Mabao snorted. They wanted to teach this kid a lesson, but they realized that their previous methods were no longer a threat to him. Rong Xiao was already very relaxed when dealing with all of this. However, no matter how they asked, Rong Xiao refused to reveal what happened to you, and insisted on waiting for her to tell them herself. But now, she didn't even remember who they were. What else could she say? Lan Shao sighed and couldn't help but say, if only we could leave this godforsaken place. Why do we have to be entangled with this kid? Diwu Zhangzi said calmly. Stop daydreaming. Who's daydreaming? Lan Shao retorted unhappily. If nothing happened to her and everything went smoothly, we might have been released by now. Who knew that so many things would happen in between? They had been waiting here for too long. It wasn't easy for them to meet a girl and see a glimmer of hope. It was obvious that they had to wait from the beginning again. There's no need to think about it now. She hasn't even broken through to become a stage 6 warrior. Diwu Zhangzi paused, and his tone became more serious. More importantly, she doesn't have the Tianjing Yuan meridian anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell silent. Dugu Mabao and Lan Xiao were speechless. Because this was what they were most worried about. With their strength, even if they did not personally check Chu Liuyue's pulse, they could still roughly determine her Yuan meridian level based on the flow of energy in her body. That was definitely the Daijing Yuan meridian and not the Tianjing Yuan meridian. Even if she doesn't have the Tianjing Yuan meridian now, she will definitely become a top expert in the world in the future. Dugu Mabao suddenly spoke, his tone firm. That was the confidence and pride that came from one's own strength. The few of us taught him together. No one can compete with him. If she forgets, we can just do it again. The West Hill. The Jiang mansion had been very lively recently. On the one hand, he had to prepare for the wedding of the eldest young master and the third princess. On the other hand, he had to prepare for the marriage between the fourth miss and the Xiaofan family. Everyone in the mansion, from top to bottom, started to get busy. But amidst this, Jiang Yucheng was exceptionally free. Most of the time, he stayed in his room to recuperate. Other than a few important matters that required his instructions, he left everything else to his subordinates. Early in the morning, Jiang Yucheng took his medicine, packed up, and planned to go out. But just as he walked to the door, he saw Sun Qi walking over with 3 people. Seeing the familiar face of the person at the front, Jiang Yucheng narrowed his eyes. Yuan Wei? He didn't need to think to know why he was here. Sun Qi went forward and bowed. Eldest young master, Lord Yuan is here. Jiang Yucheng and Yuan Wei greeted politely. Yuan Wei went straight to the point. Eldest young master, I'm here today to discuss some specific matters of the wedding. Jiang Yucheng smiled. Lord Yuan, thank you for making this trip. I'm sure you've already asked the third princess before this? Yuan Wei nodded. The third princess wants to follow the princess etiquette. As for the things to be used at the wedding, they will all be replaced with new ones. Jiang Yucheng frowned slightly. Replace everything with new ones? Is this what Her Highness wants? Yes. There's not much time left before the wedding. It shouldn't be too late to prepare everything again, right? There are clearly many things that are ready-made. Why don't you use them? Yuan Wei paused for a moment. I've already ordered people to rush it. Don't worry, it won't delay the wedding process. But Jiang Yucheng's expression still didn't improve. He didn't need to think to know why Shang Guanwan had made these requests. It was just that she didn't want to use the things that Shang Guanyu had prepared to use. Even if they hadn't gotten married yet, those things hadn't been used yet. Jiang Yucheng felt a sense of disgust in his heart. Shang Guanwan knew that this would make things very difficult for the people from the Ministry of Rites. It wasn't good for her reputation. But she still did it. Just to not use Shang Guanyu's things. Jiang Yucheng's expression became much fainter. Since time is so tight, then we'll simplify everything here. In any case, the residence has everything that needs to be prepared. When the time comes, we can just use it directly. As for the other things that need to be deleted, everything will be done according to the princess's etiquette. Lord Yuan is quite experienced in this, so I don't need to say anything more, right? Yuan Wei was stunned for a moment. Eldest young master means, I'll leave all these matters to you. I still have something important to do today, so I'll take my leave first. If you still have any questions, feel free to discuss it with my father. After saying that, Jiang Yucheng nodded and left. The remaining people all quieted down. No one expected that Jiang Yucheng would leave in such a hurry. They were here to discuss the wedding matters with him. Did he just push everything away so cleanly and neatly? What was he going to do that was more important than the wedding with the third princess? Sun Qi glanced in the direction that Jiang Yucheng left and sighed in his heart. For some reason, eldest young master's mood had been very bad recently. Even he didn't dare to touch his bad luck. He could only carefully do his own things and didn't dare to ask anything else. He cupped his hands at Yuan Wei. Lord Yuan, I'll bring you to see Master. No matter what, Master's identity was still here, so it wasn't too rude. Yuan Wei came back to his senses, smiled, and said politely, that won't be necessary. We've already understood eldest young master's intentions, so we won't disturb Lord Jiang. Sun Qi didn't dare to say anything else and respectfully sent them out. After leaving the Jiang residence, a young man behind Yuan Wei finally couldn't help but say, "What does eldest young master Jiang mean? Why does he seem to not care about the wedding at all?" Yuan Wei pondered for a moment. There's no need to care about this kind of thing. Just do as he says. The two of them replied in unison, yes. Yuan Wei turned his head and looked meaningfully at the Jiang residence. It seemed that this eldest young master Jiang did not care about the third princess as much as he seemed to care about her. Oh, the best reading experience came from Love Network. Chapter 823. Jiang Yuqing meant that everything here was still the same as before. The so-called before was naturally the things that he and the Empress concubine were about to get married. Moreover, because the Empress concubine's wedding was of a higher level, he had to take away a lot of things to be considered a princess's etiquette. The third princess meant that she didn't want to use Her Highness the Empress concubine's things to avoid evoking memories of the past. He had clearly conveyed this meaning to Jiang Yuqing, but Jiang Yuqing still made this decision. On the bright side, he was pressed for time and was trying to reduce the pressure on everyone. On the other hand, he was simply ignoring the third princess's feelings. If Jiang Yuqing really had feelings for the third princess, he definitely wouldn't choose to do this. This wedding ceremony would also be the third princess's ascension ceremony. At that time, it would definitely be the center of attention. At that time, everything at the ceremony could become the talk of the entire Tianling dynasty. Therefore, everything had to be done with extreme caution. Logically speaking, Jiang Yuqing should be particularly concerned about these things. But he didn't expect his attitude to be so perfunctory. Thinking back, when he was preparing for the Empress concubine's wedding 2 years ago, everything in the Jiang residence was personally checked by Jiang Yuqing. Yuan Wei's expression changed and finally returned to calmness. He retracted his gaze and turned to leave with the two of them. Let's go. Our time is tight. Jiang Yuqing indeed didn't take the wedding to heart. He didn't even want to think about it. Because as long as he thought of this, he couldn't help but remember Sheng Wanwan's scarred face and her resentful and sinister expression. Jiang Yuqing had long known what kind of personality she had, but she hadn't gone so far in the past, so he turned a blind eye and didn't fuss too much. But now, Sheng Wanwan had become very sensitive and often lost her temper like a neurotic. Over and over again, the little bit of liking in his heart had long been wiped clean. If it weren't for, why would he choose to marry her? Jiang Yuqing's face grew colder and colder. He walked alone to a remote corner of the Jiang mansion. This was an abandoned courtyard. It looked cold and cheerless, and the weeds at the entrance had not been cleaned up. Jiang Yuqing didn't stop. He walked straight ahead and pushed open the door. Inside the door, there were 2 guards standing on either side. Seeing that the visitor was Jiang Yuqing, the two of them saluted together, "Greetings, young master." Jiang Yuqing nodded. "How has he been recently?" One of them said respectfully, "At first, he was a little dishonest, but now he's obedient." Was eldest young master going to meet him personally? Hearing Jiang Yuqing's faint, the guard hurriedly led the way. "Young master, this way please." The two of them walked towards the room inside. If someone were to barge in at this moment, they would sense that there were several hidden auras in this seemingly desolate courtyard. Ordinary people could not easily break in. Because, this was actually the place where Jiang Yuqing locked people up. The people of the Jiang mansion also knew that this was Jiang Yucheng's territory and would never come here without permission. Jiang Yucheng followed the guard to one of the rooms. With a creak, the door was slowly opened. Jiang Yucheng walked in. The guard considerately closed the door again and waited quietly outside. This room was not big, and there was dust everywhere. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Jiang Yucheng didn't stop. He walked past the screen and entered the side room. This was a dim and narrow space. It couldn't even accommodate a person lying flat. And inside, there was a person sitting on his knees against the wall. All kinds of unpleasant smells mixed with the strong smell of blood rushed to his face. But Jiang Yucheng's expression didn't change. This kind of scene was too common for him. Hearing someone come, the man slowly raised his head. His originally sturdy body had become emaciated after a long period of torture. His cheeks and eye sockets were deeply sunken. Under his messy hair, one could see that he was missing an ear. There was a bowl-sized scar there. This person was Qi Dai, who was imprisoned by Jiang Yucheng that day. Seeing the person who came, Qi Dai's eyes moved, but the bottom of his eyes was scarlet. Jiang Yucheng looked at him condescendingly. How does it feel to be bitten by the messed yuan gravel? Qi Dai opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something, but only a hoarse and bitter moan came out. This was because he wanted to commit suicide. He tried to bite his tongue to commit suicide, but because he was discovered in time, he didn't die. But after that, his tongue was directly cut off, and he could no longer speak. He reached out, as if wanting to grab Jiang Yucheng. But just as he moved, there was the sound of chains vibrating. It turned out that his 4 limbs had been locked by iron chains, and he had completely lost his freedom. His emaciated hands, which were as thin as skin and bones, clawed at the air. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging, and there were also shocking bloodstains. In the end, he still didn't catch anything, only empty air. Jiang Yucheng's voice was calm and cold. Don't worry, you can come out today. Chongshu Pavilion's pavilion master Wei Qi is looking for you. Qi Dai panicked, and deep despair appeared in his eyes. He desperately hid behind him. But this space was so narrow that his body couldn't even move, let alone escape. Jiang Yucheng raised his hand. A cloud of brownish-yellow powder spread out. Qi Dai gradually stopped struggling and fainted. Jiang Yucheng lowered his eyes and lifted his sleeves. On his arm, a scar stretched across, hideous and terrifying. The faint red line was almost invisible. This degree of scar could actually be repaired, but of course, he wouldn't do so. Then, Jiang Yucheng leaned over and checked the same position on Qi Dai's arm. Sure enough, a similar red line had already appeared. Jiang Yucheng's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. In order to complete the set, he had put in a lot of effort. He took a few steps back. Men! Take him out. The atmosphere in Chongshu Pavilion had been very gloomy recently. Chu Luyue and the others didn't return from the trip to Dahuang Swamp. The rumors in the outside world were very fierce. Even though most of them stayed on Qingyuan Mountain, they still heard all kinds of rumors. This couldn't help but worry them. If it weren't for Jian Fengqi's explanation and the pavilion master's good reaction, they would have rushed to Dahuang Swamp to look for him long ago. Waiting day after day made everyone very tormented. And this atmosphere was finally broken by Jiang Yucheng's arrival. When the news came, Yuqi Song was taking care of those herbs in the herb garden. Hearing that Jiang Yucheng had brought someone, Yuqi Song frowned and ordered someone to tell Jiang Yucheng to wait first. It wasn't until he had taken care of all the herb garden that he went to see Jiang Yucheng. Yuqi Song had just crossed the threshold with 1 foot when Jiang Yucheng, who had been waiting in the room for a long time, stood up and said, "Pavilion Master Yuqi, I've helped you find the person you wanted." Digression: there were a few pieces of skin on his hand, probably because of the burns, and they were about to fade. Overall, there were no major problems. The fifth update was about 7:00. Cough, cough, sorry. Your wounded Feiyue is rushing to the front line with a stretcher. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 824. Yuqi Song turned his gaze and looked at the person kneeling behind Jiang Yucheng. This person was thin, and his aura was weak. It seemed that he had suffered a lot. Some old and new scars could be vaguely seen on his exposed wrists and other places. Yuqi Song frowned. This person's name is Qi Dai. He used to be my subordinate. He did go to Nanjiang with me. After receiving your commission, I checked all these people and finally found him. In order to make him tell the truth, I used a little punishment. Jiang Yucheng spoke casually. However, Yuqi Song only needed a glance to see that Qi Dai was already half dead. He probably wouldn't live for long. The so-called, a little, punishment was probably unworthy of the name. How did eldest young master find out it was him? Yuqi Song continued to ask. Naturally, I relied on evidence. Jiang Yucheng raised his chin as he spoke. To tell you the truth, ever since I brought them back from Nanjiang, most of them were more or less injured. So, I gave them a severance fee and let them go. This time, in order to help you find someone, we gathered them together again. And that day, I found that there was something wrong with this brother Qi. First, his realm had regressed a lot compared to before, and his strength was not as strong as before. Second, there was a mark left on his left arm. That was the evidence of the backlash from the Chaos Yuan gravel. Hearing this, Yuqi Song's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. The evidence is irrefutable. It's absolutely true. Speaking of this, Jiang Yucheng sighed, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. I didn't expect that it was really my people who did such a thing. They almost harmed the entire Chongshu pavilion. Today, I personally brought Qi Dai here to give you an explanation, and also to apologize to you in person. It's all because of my poor discipline that such a thing happened. My heart is filled with guilt. Jiang Yucheng's words were sincere and sincere. If someone else were to hear these words, they would definitely be moved. However, the Yuqi Song was an exception. He took 2 steps forward and carefully examined Qi Dai. At this moment, Qi Dai was kneeling on the ground with his hands tied behind his back. His eyes were lifeless as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. Even when Yuqi Song walked behind him to check his arm, he didn't move at all. It was as if he didn't care about anything. Yuqi Song asked casually. Why does he look so strange? Jiang Yucheng explained unhurriedly, that's because he tried to escape and was captured. However, during the fight, he was severely injured, especially his head. That's why he ended up like this. Yuqi Song sneered inwardly. This Jiang Yucheng could really lie without blushing. His ability to write, direct, and act was really strong. He just casually found a scapegoat and prepared all the evidence that he needed, making it difficult for others to deny it. It just so happened that this person was injured and couldn't argue for himself. In the end, of course, he could only accept whatever Jiang Yucheng said. In the end, Jiang Yucheng was fully prepared. That was why he dared to swagger in like this today. Yuqi Song glanced at Qi Dai and found that there was really a red mark on his arm. The other symptoms on his body were exactly the same as the backlash from the Mest Yuan gravel. It could be seen that Jiang Yucheng had put in a lot of effort for this. Yuqi Song thought so in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Jiang Yucheng was calm and composed. He wasn't worried in the slightest. He knew that these things could deceive ordinary people, but they might not be able to deceive an old fox like Yuqi Song. But so what? Now that all of this was in front of him, it was difficult for Yuqi Song to deny it. If he didn't believe it, how could he find evidence to prove that all of this had nothing to do with Qi Dai and that everything was done by him, Jiang Yucheng? Jiang Yucheng was certain that Yuqi Song couldn't do it. No matter what, this matter would only end this way. Yuqi Song glanced at Qi Dai without batting an eyelid, and his heart skipped a beat. Immediately, he straightened up and said in a deep voice, he was indeed bitten by the messed yuan gravel. There's no doubt that it should be him. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Yucheng. Eldest young master Jiang, have you asked him why he did this? Jiang Yucheng was stunned for a moment and shook his head. No. Yuqi Song's expression tensed up a lot, as if he still couldn't let it go. This was normal. Qi Dai was an ordinary person to begin with. Why would he target Chongshu Pavilion for no reason? And the group of people who attacked Chongshu Pavilion clearly had an extraordinary background. There must be other people behind Qi Dai. Yuqi Song said in a deep voice. Jiang Yucheng's eyes twitched, but he still controlled his expression very well. I have the same thoughts as you, but this Qi Dai is very tight-lipped. No matter how we interrogate him, we can't get anything out of him. But no matter what, I'll hand him over to you first as an explanation. Yuqi Song's expression relaxed a little. Thank you for your help this time, eldest young master Jiang. Then leave this person to Chongshu Pavilion. How about it? Of course. Jiang Yucheng cupped his hands. Although I don't know why Qi Dai is like this, he used to be my man. So I'm very sorry about this. Yuqi Song looked at his hypocritical appearance and felt even more disgusted. He turned around and hid the expression in his eyes. Eldest young master Jiang, you don't have to be like this. He is him, and you are you. If I was wrong before, it was all because I was anxious. Jiang Yucheng smiled. Pavilion Master Wei Qi is magnanimous. I should be the one apologizing to you. Yuqi Song didn't dwell on this for too long. Instead, he let out a long sigh. Actually, this kind of thing is hard to predict. For example, everyone always thought that the 13 Yu guards were loyal to the Empress concubine. Who would have thought? Oh right, didn't you issue a kill order previously, and there hasn't been any progress? Digression, tomorrow at midnight, mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 825. When he heard Yuqi Song mention the 13 Yu guards, Jiang Yucheng was stunned and subconsciously frowned. But it was only for a moment before his expression returned to normal. Not yet. Jiang Yucheng shook his head. As you know, the 13 Yu guards are all very powerful. It's extremely difficult to find them. At that time, they had used all their means to transfer the 13 Yu guards out of Xiling before they attacked Shanghai Yu. Actually, the 13 Yu guards had already sensed that something was wrong, so they had rushed back at full speed. But when they returned to Xiling, they saw a raging fire that had almost completely surrounded the Imperial Ancestral Hall. Not long after, the 13 Yu guards had all returned to Xiling. They were suspicious of Shanghai Yu's death and immediately wanted to investigate. The first to bear the brunt was Jiang Yucheng. Therefore, Jiang Yucheng made a prompt decision to counterattack. He directly announced to the public that the 13 Yu guards had colluded with the enemy and betrayed their master. That day, he directly issued the order to kill them. The 13 Yu guards were powerful. Any one of them was a top figure. But at that time, Xiling City was basically under Jiang Yucheng's control. He had the upper hand in all aspects. Most importantly, he also had the military power of the Black Cavalry in his hands. Under such circumstances, the 13 Yu guards were no match for Jiang Yucheng. So, they fled on their own and disappeared without a trace. Now that he thought about it, it had been almost 2 years. During this time, Jiang Yucheng had repeatedly ordered people to search for them, but there was no progress. He was very clear that the most likely reason why they could hide for so long was that they had already left the Tianling dynasty and gone outside Heaven's canopy. If that was the case, the chances of finding them would be even lower. Although he rarely mentioned it, Jiang Yucheng had always been worried that the 13 Yu guards were on the run. That was because these 13 Yu guards were very different from the other people who followed Shanghai Yu. They were only loyal to Shanghai Yu. They wouldn't even listen to the emperor's orders without the permission of Shengguan Yu. They only had the identity of a private guard, so they had nothing else to worry about. For the sake of Chu Luyue, they could go against the heavens without any scruples. Others might be able to use power or benefits to restrain them, but these people were completely impossible. Why did Pavilion Master Wei Qi suddenly mention this? Could it be that there's some news? Jiang Yucheng asked tentatively. Yu Qi Song shook his head. When I saw Qi Dai betray you, I felt something in my heart and suddenly thought of this matter. At that time, Qi Dai was able to follow you to the southern border. Presumably, he was highly regarded by you. Who would have thought that he would actually fall to such a state in the end? It can be seen that the human heart is unpredictable in this world. Sometimes, you trust him completely, but you don't know that he will backstab you. Jiang Yucheng's face stiffened for a moment. Pavilion Master Yu Qi is right. This kind of person might be arrogant and proud after he succeeds, but one day, retribution will come sooner or later. Young Master Jiang, don't you think so? Jiang Yucheng's expression was somewhat difficult to maintain. Such words were too harsh to his ears. He carefully looked at Yu Qi Song's face, and for a moment, even suspected that he was talking about himself. But Yu Qi Song's expression was calm, and nothing could be seen. In the end, Jiang Yucheng felt embarrassed and took the initiative to take his leave. Since I've already brought him here, I'll leave the rest to you. I won't continue to disturb you. Yu Qi Song didn't urge him to stay and let him leave just like that. After Jiang Yucheng left, Yu Qi Song closed the door and walked to Qi Dai's side. With a flash of silver light in his hand, he cut the rope around Qi Dai's wrist. There were deep ligature marks on Qi Dai's wrist, but these superficial injuries were nothing to him now. Because the new injuries on his body overlapped with the old ones, there were countless of them. Now, he was basically half dead. Wei Qi Song took his pulse, and his brows gradually furrowed. Qi Dai's physical condition was indeed very bad. Internally, he was suffering from the backlash of the Chaos Yuan gravel, and externally, he was suffering from all kinds of pain and suffering. He was only alive now because Jiang Yucheng deliberately let him hang on to his last breath, so that he could report back to Yu Qi Song. In fact, Qi Dai wouldn't live for more than half a month in his current state. And in this half a month, he was unconscious and confused. No one could get half a word out of him. Yu Qi Song took out a pill and fed it to him. Then, he called 2 disciples and only said that this person's identity was very important and that they must take good care of him. Since the pavilion master had said so, the people below naturally did as they were told and carefully took Qi Dai away. Most of the disciples in Chongshu Pavilion were celestial physicians, and they were best at this kind of thing. On the other side, Yu Qi Song began to personally refine medicine for Qi Dai. Everyone was very surprised to see such a scene. This Qi Dai was brought here by Jiang Yucheng. They didn't know his identity, but he was already half dead. The pavilion master actually planned to spend so much effort to save him? Although they were curious, they still obeyed the pavilion master's orders obediently. Thus, Qi Dai settled down in Chongshu Pavilion just like that. After Jiang Yucheng left Chongshu Pavilion, he planned to return to the Jiang mansion. After resolving the matter that had been hanging in his heart for many days, his mood was much better. Anyway, he had sent the person over, and the evidence was conclusive. There was no denying it. Yu Qi Song had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Qi Dai was dying. Even if he could live for a few more days, his brain was already damaged, and he couldn't get anything out of him. Even if Yu Qi Song still had doubts about this matter, he had no reason or excuse to trouble him. After all these days, there was finally something comforting. Jiang Yucheng let out a long sigh. However, when he thought of Qi Dai, he couldn't help but think of Xiaomu from before. It was as if that person had suddenly disappeared without a trace. After such a long time, he still couldn't find him even after he had turned the entire West Hill upside down. It was as if everything that happened that day was just a dream. However, there was still a scar on his lower abdomen, constantly reminding him of the humiliation he had suffered that day. As he walked, Jiang Yucheng gradually felt that something was wrong. It was as if a pair of eyes were watching him in the dark. Jiang Yucheng stopped in his tracks and looked back. However, he didn't see anyone. As for that faintly discernible line of sight, it also disappeared. Jiang Yucheng knitted his brows, turned around, and continued walking forward. He focused his mind, but the feeling of being watched didn't appear again. Could it really be his imagination? After some time, Jiang Yucheng suddenly realized that he had unknowingly arrived at Xianli Garden. Thinking of the stolen zither, Jiang Yucheng hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 826. As he walked in, the people in Xianli Garden bowed respectfully when they saw Jiang Yucheng. Jiang Yucheng didn't pay much attention to them and went straight to Thousand View Garden. When the guards saw him, they said in unison, "Greetings, eldest young master." After the zither was stolen, Jiang Yucheng transferred a lot of people here to guard it strictly. Therefore, the place was now heavily guarded in all directions, both in the open and in the dark. However, Jiang Yucheng hadn't come here since the day the zither was stolen. He stood by the lake and glanced at the zither room. "Have there been any abnormalities recently?" The guard said, in response to eldest young master, "There hasn't been any abnormalities." Jiang Yucheng waved his hand and dismissed them. He walked towards the zither room. In fact, he had guessed the situation. The most important thing in the zither room was the zither. Since the other party had stolen it, there was a high chance that they wouldn't come again. But who would be interested in this ancient zither? Although it was precious, it was just a zither. Moreover, the zither's appearance was very special. It was in the shape of a phoenix's tail, so it was also called the phoenix tail zither. Almost everyone in the Tianling dynasty knew that it was the princess's favorite zither. So, from this point of view, it was absolutely impossible for that person to sell the zither. They didn't even dare to take it out for others to see. Was it really just to take the zither for themselves? Jiang Yucheng couldn't figure it out. And no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of any characteristics of that person at that time. He once suspected that it was Mu Hongyu, but the aura seemed a little different. Dragon Teeth Mountain. Jian Fengqi was leisurely today, so he planned to go down the mountain. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, he saw an ordinary-looking young man talking to the guard at the door. Jian Fengqi didn't pay much attention at first. Just as he was about to walk over, he vaguely heard Mu Hongyu's name. He stopped in his tracks and looked over. "What's going on?" When the guard saw him, he hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, "Young master, this person is here to deliver a letter." He said that it was a letter from Mu Hongyu's family. We told him that Mu Hongyu was not on the mountain now, so he could keep the letter and pass it to her in the future. But he wouldn't, and that's why. Jian Fengqi looked at the man who delivered the letter. "What's your name?" Jian Fengqi asked while sizing him up calmly. This person looked very ordinary. If his face was placed in a crowd, he would be forgotten in the blink of an eye. However, this person's eyes were clear and resolute. He didn't seem like an ordinary person. Most importantly, this person gave him a vague sense of familiarity. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. "I'm Qin Qi. I've delivered a letter for Miss Mu Hongyu before." However, at that time, the person he met was Miss Chu Luyue. Qihan did not expect to meet Jian Fengqi at this moment. They had interacted with Jian Fengqi many times before. If not for the fact that his aura had been changed by Little Hachi's elixir, Jian Fengqi would have recognized him. Although this was what he thought, Qihan's expression was still very calm. When Jian Fengqi heard this, he immediately believed him. He remembered clearly that the letter from Mu Hongyu's parents was indeed delivered by Chu Luyue. Qin must be one of the people in Xiling City who specialized in delivering messages to and from heaven's canopy. I'm Jian Fengqi. Hongyu is indeed not back yet. I'll personally take care of her letter and pass it to her in the future. How about that? Jian Fengqi's lips curled into a smile. It's normal for you to be worried about others. However, you should know that I was the one who redeemed Hongyu back then, right? It's only right for me to pass her things to her. Everyone in Xiling City knew that Jian Fengqi had once spent 6 million white crystal coins to buy Mu Hongyu, who had the faint Yuan body. According to the laws of the Tianling dynasty, Mu Hongyu was Jian Fengqi's slave, and everything that belonged to her naturally belonged to Jian Fengqi. No one was more qualified to hold this letter than Jian Fengqi. Jian Fengqi did not like to talk about this normally, and he had never regarded himself as the owner. In fact, everyone on Dragon Teeth Mountain treated Mu Hongyu as an equal and did not look down on her because of her status. But at this point, Jian Fengqi was very clear that if he wanted to get this letter, using this excuse would be the most effective. As expected, the man opposite him hesitated for a moment, then took out a letter and passed it over. Then please take good care of it, young Master Jian. When you see her in the future, you must pass it to her immediately. Jian Fengqi stretched out his hand, and his slender fingers gently pinched the letter before he took it over with a light smile. He chuckled and said, "Of course." Qihan hesitated for a moment and said, "Also, if you see Miss Chu Luyue, please pass this letter to her." Jian Fengqi was stunned. "Oh? Why is that?" Qihan paused. "Because Miss Chu Luyue's family has sent us letters on time, but there hasn't been any news recently. I don't know if something has happened. Miss Mu Hongyu is an old acquaintance of hers. Perhaps she will mention it in the letter." Jian Fengqi narrowed his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be so concerned about Lu Yu's affairs. Miss Lu Yu is our regular customer, and she is very generous. Naturally, we will pay more attention to her." Qihan's expression did not change as he explained. Jian Fengqi did not comment. In this line of work, as long as they were paid more, they would be more efficient. It was normal for Chu Luyue to be generous to them. After all, she had been in Xiling for a few months and had not returned to Yaochen. This was the only way to contact her family. "The letter has been delivered. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave first." With that, Qihan simply turned and left. He did not want to say so much at first, but Her Highness had not returned ever since she went to Dahuang Swamp. He could not contact her no matter what, and all kinds of rumors were rampant in Xiling City. He could not help but be worried. Jian Fengqi looked down and saw that the letter was indeed addressed to Mu Hongyu. He recognized the handwriting. It was exactly the same as the previous letter. It was confirmed that it was a letter from Mu Hongyu. However, he felt that there was something wrong with that Qin Qi. Jian Fengqi put away the letter and looked up. Looking at Qin Qi's back, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a white light flashed across his mind. "Wait." Qihan stood still and looked back. "Is there anything else, young Master Jian?" Jian Fengqi caught up with him and stood still in front of Qin Qi. "You," Jian Fengqi's throat tightened as he stared at the young man in front of him. This face was unfamiliar. This voice was also unfamiliar. But this gaze, Qihan seemed to sense something and slowly clenched his fists in his sleeves. Jian Fengqi said word by word, "Have we met before?" Digression, the system seems to be cramping again. There is a synchronization problem. Everyone, please wait for a while. We will continue at 6 p.m. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 827. Chihan's tone was calm. I'm just a messenger. I've never interacted with you before. However, I've been in Xiling City for many years and have indeed seen you a few times. I didn't expect you to still remember me. Jian Fengqi was the tyrant of Xiling. Many people had seen him before. Even if they hadn't seen him personally, they must have heard many rumors about him. Especially his icy blue eyes. They were the symbol of the Jian family of Dragon Teeth Mountain. Who didn't know that? Jian Fengqi narrowed his eyes and smiled. That's not what I meant. Please forgive my stupidity. I don't know what you mean. If there's anything, please enlighten me. Chihan had already vaguely guessed something, but he didn't show any panic on his face. He just asked with a calm expression. They were the 13 Yu guards after all. If they couldn't even handle this, they would be too useless. Jian Fengqi crossed his arms and touched his chin with one hand. He seemed to be deep in thought, and his smile deepened. I don't know why, but I feel that you're very familiar when I see you. We seem to know each other. You must be joking, young Master Jian. My status is lowly. How could I have the chance to know you? Yes, I've never needed to send messages outside Heaven's canopy. I've never interacted with you before. You look very similar to an old friend of mine. Jian Fengqi raised his brows. There's also a Qi in his name. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Chihan's pupils constricted. He had already changed his appearance. Even if Jiang Yucheng was standing here, he wouldn't be able to recognize him. However, Jian Fengqi could. Because Jian Fengqi was more familiar with the 13 Yu guards than Jiang Yucheng. Especially Chihan. Jian Fengqi always had a bone to pick with Shengguan Yu in the past. He liked to find trouble with them whenever he had nothing to do. Every time this happened, Chihan would rush up to him and compete with him. Chihan's cultivation level was higher than Jian Fengqi's. However, Jian Fengqi was a celestial physician and would occasionally give him medicine. Both of them had their victories and defeats, so it was basically a draw. As a result, they naturally understood each other better. Although Chihan's face was always cold, he was loyal to Shengguan Yu. Every time he encountered something related to Shengguan Yu, he would not hold back. His courage and hot-bloodedness were all dedicated to the one person he was following. It was also because of this temperament that when they rushed back to the West Hill and saw the fire burning in the royal family's ancestral hall, he ignored everyone's obstruction and rushed in, finally burning his face. Now that he saw Jian Fengqi again, it was within his expectations that he would be able to guess who he was. However, this was not a good time to reveal his identity. What is young Master Jian trying to say? Chihan frowned. Seeing the two of them talking, the two guards couldn't help but look over from time to time. Jian Fengqi suddenly smiled. It's nothing. It's just that I feel that you're quite suitable for this young master. Chihan was stunned. Jian Fengqi's expression clearly indicated that he had already confirmed his identity, but why was he helping him to cover it up? Jian Fengqi suddenly threw a heavy bag over, and Chihan caught it. This is 1,000 white crystal coins. Help me do something today, and this money is all yours. Chihan was even more puzzled, but he still asked. What does young Master Jian want this little one to do? Jian Fengqi blinked. I'm going to Chun Feng restaurant. Come with me. Chihan never expected that Jian Fengqi would spend so much money just to make a trip to Chun Feng restaurant with him. It was only when the two of them arrived at the entrance of Chun Feng restaurant that Chihan was sure that Jian Fengqi wasn't joking with him. Let's go. Seeing Chihan standing at the entrance with an indescribable expression, Jian Fengqi laughed wildly in his heart. If this was in the past, Chihan would definitely have fought with him directly. Unfortunately, they were in public now. Due to his identity, he could only listen to Jian Fengqi's orders obediently. Qihan's voice was several degrees colder, and the air around him was so cold that it could freeze people to death. Young Master Jian, you don't have to joke about this, right? What exactly do you want to do? Just tell me. Jian Fengqi saw that Qihan's feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, and he refused to take a step forward no matter what. He almost laughed out loud. Chun Feng Restaurant is a place that countless men in West Hill yearn for. Why do you seem to be avoiding it like it's a snake or a scorpion? You'll know what you want when you follow me in. Qihan's face was tense. If not for the fact that he was worried that Jian Fengqi would reveal his identity, he definitely wouldn't have tolerated his impudence. However, to let him enter this kind of place was indeed akin to torture. At this moment, Madame Zhang had already seen Jian Fengqi's figure from inside the restaurant. She hurriedly came out to welcome him, shaking with laughter. Oh, isn't this young Master Jian? You haven't been here for a while. The girls have been missing you. A trace of disdain appeared on Qihan's face. In West Hill City, who didn't know that Chun Feng Restaurant was Jian Fengqi's second home? He had lived here longer than he had in Dragon Teeth Mountain. However, Jian Fengqi didn't find it shameful. Instead, he was proud of it. He was cheerful every day, as if he was enjoying himself in a drunken stupor. Jian Fengqi didn't need to turn around to know what kind of expression Qihan was using to look at him. Swish, he opened his folding fan, and a carefree smile appeared on his face. A day without little Lu feels like 3 years. Aren't I here now? Madame Zhang was a discerning person. When she was inside, she saw Jian Fengqi talking to the young man behind him, and they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. Therefore, after greeting Jian Fengqi, Madame Zhang immediately walked towards Qihan with an eager smile. Oh, this young master is really handsome. How come I haven't seen you before? Is this your first time here at Chun Feng Restaurant? Qihan quickly avoided Madame Zhang's actions, and the aura around him became even colder. Madame Zhang's action missed, and she felt a little awkward. She subconsciously looked at Jian Fengqi. Madame Zhang, this is my friend. However, he came with me today. I'm here, so you don't have to worry. Go and invite little Lu over. You don't have to wait on anything else. Madame Zhang saw that Jian Fengqi was so protective of this young man, and her attitude became even more courteous. Yes, yes. Please come in. With that, she immediately ran to find Shui Lu. Qihan's eyes flickered when he heard Shui Lu's name. Jian Fengqi raised his chin. Let's go. Qihan paused for a moment, and finally followed her in. The two of them arrived at Jian Fengqi's private room. It was daytime, and there weren't many people in Chun Feng Restaurant. Moreover, it was very common for Jian Fengqi to come here, so they didn't attract much attention. Besides, perhaps because Jian Fengqi had already told them to stay away, no one came to disturb them after that. Inside the room, it was quiet. Jian Fengqi leaned lazily on the small couch, and his lips curled into a wicked smile. Long time no see, Qihan. The best reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 828. As expected, he had already recognized him. Qihan's heart skipped a beat, but because he had already guessed it, he quickly calmed down. Since this layer of window paper had already been broken, there was no need to continue acting. Qihan went straight to the point and asked, "Why did you call me here today?" A look of surprise flashed across Jian Fengqi's eyes, and he sat up straight. "You admit it just like that? I thought I would have to spend a lot of effort before you would admit it." Qihan frowned, and a trace of impatience appeared in his eyes. "You have already confirmed my identity in your heart. No matter how I explain, you will not change your mind, right? If you have something to say, just say it. I am very busy." Tsk, you are still as impolite as before. Jian Fengqi shrugged and did not intend to beat around the bush. When did you return to West Hill? Qi Han's voice was cold and hard. It has nothing to do with you. Jian Fengqi choked, and his eyelids twitched. Why was it that after such a long time, Qi Han's bad temper was still the same as before? But when he thought of the 13U's current situation, Jian Fengqi suppressed his anger and swallowed back the words he wanted to say. Jiang Yucheng's killing order has not been revoked yet, and you came back so boldly? Could it be that you are here to die? This was not a joke. Jiang Yucheng had made up his mind to exterminate the 13U. It was too dangerous for Qi Han to appear in West Hill so openly. Although he had changed so much that ordinary people would not be able to recognize him, what if? It was absolutely impossible for a person to completely change into another person. His identity might be exposed at any time. Besides, the person they were going to face was Jiang Yucheng, who already had a lot of power in his hands. I have my own plans. Qi Han's answer was extremely brief, and he had no intention of continuing the conversation. In actual fact, if it weren't for the fact that Her Highness trusted Jian Fengqi, Qi Han wouldn't even have said those words. Jian Fengqi, he rubbed his temples as he had a headache. There were 13 people in the 13U sect. Why did he have to meet Qi Han, who was the most difficult to deal with? Any random person would be easier to talk to than Qi Han. But it was useless to think about it now. Jian Fengqi silently persuaded himself in his heart again as he tried his best to ask calmly, why are you still here? Have you been to country Yaochen before? This time, Qi Han did not hide anything. Not bad. Jian Fengqi narrowed his eyes. It was possible that the 13U guards had escaped from Heaven's Canopy and gone to various places. It wasn't strange that Qi Han had been to Yaochen. However, there was something wrong with the time and place of his appearance. Jian Fengqi remembered it very clearly. At that time, it was the day of the mutiny in the imperial capital of Yaochen. The imperial palace was in chaos. Swords flashed and flames soared into the sky. Why did Qi Han go there to join in the fun? Thinking of the previous letter, Jian Fengqi asked tentatively, you know Chu Luyue? If they did not know each other, given Qi Han's personality, he would definitely not have said those words. Even if he was using Qin Qi's identity now, he would not care so much about a letter from a stranger's home. Qi Han nodded calmly. Jian Fengqi was a smart person, and they knew each other very well. There was no need to lie. Does she know your identity? Jian Fengqi's expression became more serious. Of course she doesn't know, Qi Han said calmly. We met by chance when we were at Yaochen. She only knows that I'm here to replace Qin Qi's identity, but she doesn't know anything else. Jian Fengqi felt that something was wrong, but he could not say it out loud. The two of them fell into silence. After a while, Qi Han frowned. If you called me here today to ask about this, can you leave now that I have said it? Before Jian Fengqi could speak, a sweet and gentle female voice suddenly sounded from the side. No. Qi Han's eyes flickered when he heard this, and he turned to look. Shui Lu happened to walk in. She was wearing a green dress today and a white jade hairpin in her hair. She looked elegant and refined. Her every move was more like a young lady raised by an aristocratic family. She walked toward the two of them and stood beside Qi Han. Her lips curled into a smile, and a hint of natural charm appeared in her eyes. Qi Han, why are you leaving so soon? We haven't had the time to have a good chat. Qi Han pursed his lips slightly. He did not have any ill intentions toward Shui Lu or. I'm in a hurry. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Shui Lu sighed. Tell me first. Was the person at Xiaoho residence a few days ago you? Qi Han paused and did not speak. Shui Lu smiled helplessly. If you don't trust the two of us, we'll tell you first. The expression on her face was much more restrained as she said seriously, I can tell you that I went to Xiaoho residence a few days ago. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for luring Xiaoho Rong and the others away that day. You saved me a lot of trouble. Qi Han glanced at Shui Lu. The two of them looked at each other. Shui Lu said frankly, you're right. You are right. The 9 Clouds Yuan recovery pill is with me now. Dahuang Swamp. The sky was bright. Chu Luyue and the others ran all the way from the mystic forest and finally reached the border connected to Mirror Lake. The weather was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Mirror Lake was calm. Occasionally, the wind would blow and create ripples. All the scenery was reflected in the Mirror Lake, like a beautiful painting. Chu Luyue immediately saw the dancing lotus swaying gently in the center of the lake. The pinkish-white translucent petals looked like high-quality jade under the sunlight. There was even a thin layer of crystal-clear light. Chu Luyue patted Dumpling's head gently and was about to go over. Yi Ranran quickly said, Lu Yu, wait. Chu Luyue looked at her and saw a hint of worry on Yi Ranran's face. Lu Yu, the dancing lotus is a top-grade heavenly treasure. Won't it be unsafe to take it rashly? She was also a celestial physician. It was impossible for her not to desire the dancing lotus. After all, some people might not even see it once in their lifetime. However, it was also because of this that Yi Ranran was even more worried. Chu Luyue chuckled. Don't worry. I know how to take it. Yi Ranran was relieved when he saw her confident expression. Then be careful. Chu Luyue nodded. I'll be back soon. Then, Dumpling spread her wings and flew up. She was extremely fast. Soon, she reached the center of Mirror Lake and hovered above the dancing lotus. Chu Luyue glanced at the dancing lotus and bit her index finger. A dark red bead of blood immediately gushed out. Then, Dumpling bent down. Chu Luyue stretched out her hand and reached for the dancing lotus. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Digression, everyone should know that the recent review has been very strict. I've done a second self-review today. A small part of the content at the beginning has been modified, but it won't affect the reading. I'm now writing while changing the text. Please forgive me. At about 7 p.m., mobile phone users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 829. When the green stalk came into contact with the blood on Chu Luyue's fingertip, it immediately snapped. Then, the dancing lotus quietly flew up and landed in Chu Luyue's hand. Chu Luyue looked at the dancing lotus lying quietly in her palm with a blank expression. What was going on? She hadn't moved much just now. How did this thing come to her on its own? Although she had never seen the dancing lotus with her own eyes before, she had read about it in ancient books. According to the books, it should be drawn with fresh blood. In short, it was quite troublesome. She had made ample preparations in case something went wrong. But now, it seemed like all her efforts were in vain. Chu Luyue blinked and realized that the drop of blood on her finger had silently seeped into the stalk. The 5 petals closed naturally. It still looked fresh, clear, and beautiful. From the looks of it, the plucking was very successful. Although she didn't actually do anything. In the distance, Mu Hongyu and the others were closely watching the situation in the center of the lake. They were a little confused when they saw Chu Luyue reach out and grab the dancing lotus. Mu Hongyu raised her hand and asked curiously, Ranran, didn't you say that the dancing lotus was very troublesome and dangerous to pluck? Why does it seem to me that Lu Yu is very relaxed? Yi Ranran was also shocked. I don't know either. Their master had mentioned this herb before. At that time, he had specially warned them not to rush forward blindly if they encountered it. Otherwise, they might not even know how they died. However, Chu Luyue did seem to have easily plucked the dancing lotus. They waited nervously for a moment, but nothing strange happened around them. Chu Luyue jumped directly onto Dumpling's back. The master and servant were back in the blink of an eye. "Lu Yu, are you okay?" Yi Ranran could not help but ask. At the same time, his gaze fell on the dancing lotus in Chu Luyue's hand. It lay there quietly, like an ordinary flower. Chu Luyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm fine." To think that she had done so much preparation just now. So it's actually so easy to obtain an offensive heavenly treasure like the dancing lotus? Yi Ranran murmured with a puzzled expression. Chu Luyue was also very confused. This dancing lotus was very gentle towards her. It had even taken the initiative to break off and give it to her. She also seemed to have an inexplicable sense of closeness to it. It was as if this was supposed to be hers. This feeling was so subtle that Chu Luyue didn't know how to explain it. After thinking about it, she could only say, "Maybe I'm just lucky." After saying that, she glanced at the dancing lotus again. Then, she took out a jade box and carefully placed it inside. "Look! What's that?" Mu Hongyu suddenly exclaimed and looked in front in shock. The few of them turned around to look. Yi Ranran sucked in a breath of cold air and widened her eyes. Lei Laosi couldn't help but swear. F***ck. What's going on? Even the usually calm Qin Yi squinted his eyes slightly. Chang Wanzhou seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Chu Luyue also turned around to look. This glance directly stunned her on the spot. She saw another dancing lotus slowly growing on the vast surface of the water. It was beautiful and moving, swaying gracefully. It was already extremely rare to see one dancing lotus. Who would have thought that after Chu Luyue plucked one, another one would pop out from the mirror lake? Even Chu Luyue was stunned when she saw this scene. What's going on? Could it be that there were originally two dancing lotuses here? It's just that only one came out previously, and this one just came out? However, the moment Chu Luyue said that, the few of them saw another dancing lotus slowly appearing beside the first one. Including the one in Chu Luyue's hands, this was already the third one. However, this wasn't the end. In the next hour, dozens of dancing lotuses actually started growing in the mirror lake one after another. The sun shone down, the water rippled, and the pinkish-white flowers swayed with the wind. It was tranquil and moving. Anyone who saw this scene would have to sigh in admiration. However, at this moment, the few of them were no longer in the mood to admire this scene. They were only filled with shock. As the dancing lotuses gradually appeared, the few of them gradually fell silent. The surroundings were silent. Chu Luyue stared at the swaying dancing lotus, and something suddenly flashed across her mind. She was dazed for a moment. This scene, I seem to have seen it before. And for some reason, when she saw so many dancing lotuses appearing together, although she was very surprised when she saw it, she wasn't shocked in the depths of her heart. It seemed that she had seen more before. She closed her eyes, trying to recall the scene that had appeared in her mind just now, but she couldn't remember it. However, that familiar feeling was getting stronger and stronger. After a while, Chu Luyue opened her eyes and stared at the scene in front of her with a complicated look in her eyes. If this feeling wasn't an illusion, then, what exactly had she experienced in the past to see so many dancing lotuses and to be so accustomed to it? They said that she had forgotten some things, then, what exactly had she forgotten? Digression, change the text to autistic. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock, woo-woo, mobile phone users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 830. When all the dancing lotuses appeared, countless light spots suddenly fell from the sky and formed a faint light screen. That light screen surrounded the entire mirror lake in half. One half was as usual, and the water was calm, while the other half seemed to be covered by a layer of fog, and everything became blurry. Even the clusters of dancing lotuses seemed to have become much more distant. From where Chu Luyue and the rest were standing, they could only see the blurry shadows on the light screen. If someone else came, it would be very difficult for them to recognize the dancing lotuses at the back. What's going on? Lei Laosi scratched his head in confusion and instinctively looked at Qin Yi, only to see that Qin Yi was also frowning. The two of them had guarded the mystic forest for close to 2 years. Other than the Red Moon Desert, they basically didn't go there much, but they were quite familiar with the other places. They had come to this mirror lake more than 10 times, but they had never seen such a scene before. Chu Luyue watched this scene with a serious gaze. For some reason, she felt like someone was protecting all the dancing lotuses. I just don't know who has such heaven-defying means. These are extremely precious dancing lotuses. Normal people might not even see them once in their entire lives, but there are so many of them here. She held her breath and looked at the thin layer of light screen. There seemed to be specks of gold on it, but they disappeared in an instant and couldn't be seen clearly. If these dancing lotuses really belonged to one person, why did that person let me take another one? Chu Luyue suppressed the many doubts in her heart. It seems like we can't casually take the remaining ones. Let's go first. Once she said that, the others expressed their agreement. These dancing lotuses might be extremely precious, but this scene was indeed a little too shocking. For safety's sake, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Anyway, Chu Luyue had already successfully brought back one, so it would be too greedy to ask for more. Yi Ranran let out a long sigh and sighed. We can finally go back. Chu Luyue paused for a moment. Oh right, there's something I haven't told you guys yet. I might not be able to go back with you guys for the time being. Once she said that, the few of them were very shocked. You're not going back with us? Why? Do you have something to do here, Luyu? The joy and excitement on Yi Ranran's quickly disappeared, and a tinge of disappointment. She took a step forward and asked with a frown on her round face. If you have any trouble, we'll accompany you here, okay? She had already imagined the scene of her returning to Chong Su cabinet with Luyue and the rest many times in her heart. The pavilion master and the others didn't know what was going on here, and they might think that Luyu is. If they could return together, the pavilion master and the others would definitely be pleasantly surprised. Chu Luyue hesitant. Those few people only said that she could head to the Red Moon Desert after she got out, but they didn't mention whether the others could. But they had something to do with the memory she had lost. More importantly, it was Shengguan Yu's memory. No matter what, she couldn't expose her identity. She shook her head gently. It's just a small matter. I can handle it myself. So many of us haven't gone back yet. Master and the others must be very worried. You guys go back first and let them feel at ease. I'll be back soon. However, these words obviously couldn't make them feel at ease. Chang Wanzhou, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, I'll be wherever you are. His tone was as calm and cold as usual, but there was a hint of stubbornness in it. Mu Hongyu Chu Luyue nodded. That's right. Luyu, we've already waited for so many days. What's the difference in waiting for a little while longer? We can take care of each other if we're together, right? After the previous experience, they still had lingering fears. Chu Luyue might be able to escape safely, but Dahuang Swamp was full of danger. Who could guarantee that they would return safely in the end? They couldn't be at ease. How could Chu Luyue not know their worries? Seeing that they couldn't be persuaded, Chu Luyue pondered for a moment. Since that's the case, follow me first, Qin Yi suddenly asked, where are we going? Chu Luyue pursed his lips and looked in the direction of Red Moon Desert. There. Chun Fong Restaurant. The room was silent. Han didn't expect Shui Lu to be so honest and directly admit that the 9 Clouds Yuan recovery pill was with her. It was needless to say how precious this item was. No one in the Tianling dynasty would dare to say a word about it if they obtained it. Yet, Shui Lu said it so straightforwardly. The person that day was indeed me. Han kept quiet for a moment and finally nodded. Shui Lu's originally nervous expression eased up a lot. Since Han dared to say this, it meant that he was willing to let down his guard and communicate with them. This would naturally make things much more convenient. Why did you steal that item? Han continued to ask. Shui Lu chuckled. Actually, this matter is also a coincidence. I had planned to do this for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be there that night. As she spoke, she asked curiously, "Oh, right. By the way, are you also going for that thing?" Han shook his head. No. He started to investigate Xiaofan because he had some suspicions about him. In fact, during this period of time, he would sneak into the Xiaofan residence whenever he was free. His hard work paid off, and he finally heard what he wanted to hear that day. It was just that he was too shocked and angry back then, so he was careless and made a sound. In the end, he had inadvertently helped Shui Lu at the right time. Originally, he wanted to wait for Her Highness to come back before doing this. After all, his identity was too sensitive, and he had to be careful in all aspects. However, Her Highness still hadn't returned, and Sheng Wanwan and Jiang Yucheng's wedding day was getting closer and closer. After thinking for a long time, he decided to investigate on his own first. Luckily, he finally got something. Shui Lu recalled what Xiaofan said back then, and the smile on her face faded. When the 13 Yu guards were lured away, Xiaofan played an important role in it. When I went to the Xiaofan residence to check out the place, I happened to meet you. You should have known that Xiaofan betrayed Her Highness, right? A layer of coldness appeared on Han's face. That's right. That old thing betrayed Her Highness for his own selfish reasons. He deserves to be punished. Did you get the evidence? Shui Lu remembered clearly that Xiaofan also mentioned forged documents and so on. Who is the other person? Do you know? Han opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He glanced at Jian Fengqi from the corner of his eyes. Jian Fengqi couldn't help but laugh. He leaned against the couch and waved his bone fan. He smiled lazily and said, "You still don't trust me? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 831. Han said coldly, "You know the reason." In the past, Jian Fengqi had always been keen on going against Her Highness. He would cause trouble for her every now and then. There were even a few times when he tried to stand up for Sheng Wanwan and caused a ruckus with Her Highness. Which one of them was trustworthy? Looking at Jian Fengqi's face, Han could not completely dispel the grudge in his heart. He had only said those words because Shui Lu had taken the initiative to be honest with him. Jian Fengqi choked. He felt guilty and felt a headache coming on. He closed his fan and pressed the handle against his temple as he let out a long sigh. There are always times when people make mistakes. Besides, although I always went against Her Highness in the past, I have never done anything to let her down. I was well aware of how she treated me. Do you really think that I'm an ungrateful person? Jian Fengqi was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Disregarding everything else, just the fact that Sheng Wanyu was willing to lend him so many unique manuscripts was enough to make him feel very grateful. One had to know that these manuscripts were priceless treasures to any celestial physician. Most people would not even be willing to share high-grade prescriptions with others. Some masters would even hold back when teaching their disciples, afraid that they would be surpassed. However, Sheng Wanyu did not seem to have such concerns. As long as Jian Fengqi asked, Sheng Guanyu would basically agree and generously lend those unique manuscripts to him. Although Jian Fengqi was unrestrained, he knew that he owed Sheng Guanyu a lot of favors. The reason why he had always been in conflict with Sheng Guanyu was actually a long story. Jian Fengqi had displayed his astonishing talent as a celestial physician when he was young. At that time, many people said that he was the #1 genius in the entire West Hill. He was proud by nature and had always thought so. However, Sheng Guanyu was born later on. Her appearance was a great blow to the West Hill, no, to all the so-called geniuses of the Tianling dynasty. She was like a bright moon, shining brightly. No matter how outstanding other people were, compared to her, they were like stars beside the moon, inferior to her. Jian Fengqi was among them. He went from being the #1 celestial physician genius to being the #2 genius. At that time, he was young and full of vigor. Jian Fengqi often ran to the palace to look for Sheng Guanyu to compete. If he lost, he would go back and cultivate as hard as he could and make a comeback. If he wins, well, he had never won. Thinking of this, Jian Fengqi was still full of resentment. Who could withstand this? Everyone else had already accepted their fate. They knew that Sheng Guanyu was an existence that couldn't be compared to. He didn't believe it. The result became worse and worse. He was almost depressed. In the end, Sheng Guanyu took the initiative to say that she had the advantage because she had read more books. She then took the initiative to lend the basic ancient books to Jian Fengqi for him to read. Jian Fengqi didn't want to accept it first, but he couldn't take it anymore. In the end, he decided to endure the humiliation and read the books she gave him. He would compete with her after he finished reading. After that, the situation improved a lot. He could finally tie with Sheng Guanyu occasionally. Gradually, Jian Fengqi formed this habit. Although he never took the initiative to say it, he was indeed very grateful to Sheng Guanyu. Who knew that something would happen later on? If I really wanted to target you, I would have just told Jiang Yuqing about it. Why would I go through so much trouble to bring you here? Jian Fengqi felt that he was wronged. After thinking about it, he probably owed her in the past, and now he was paying her back. Shui Lu also helped him. Qi Han, I won't hide it from you. After the crown princess died, it was Jian Fengqi who found me and asked for my help to investigate the cause of her death. Hearing this, Qi Han finally looked at Jian Fengqi in surprise. He didn't expect him to do such a thing. Shui Lu continued. Right now, you may not trust the two of us very much, and we can understand that. But what we said today is the truth. The crown princess died mysteriously, and we must find out the truth for her. If you don't mind, then, let's work together from today onwards. Qi Han frowned. He was in a difficult position. They obviously didn't know that Her Highness was still alive. But without a doubt, with their help, many things would be a lot more convenient. Shui Lu had seen all kinds of people in Spring Breeze Brothel, especially the nobles in Xiling City. As long as she came here, she could get some information out of them. Who would be on guard against such a lowly and weak woman? Needless to say, Jian Fengqi was even more so. He was of noble status and had a flamboyant personality. He could do whatever he wanted in Xiling City. Basically, no one cared about what he wanted to do. There was a short moment of silence in the room. Then, Jian Fengqi finally said. If I say that I've found out who poisoned Her Highness, will you agree to cooperate? Qi Han suddenly looked up. What did you say? Jian Fengqi smiled. He reached out his hand, dipped it in the water in the teacup beside him, and wrote a name on the small table. Qi Han saw it clearly. Jian Fengqi's hand burned, and the water on the teacup instantly dried up. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. Actually, it was this person who poisoned the crown princess. Qi Han gritted his teeth, and his expression was tense. How can you be sure? Do you have evidence? Jian Fengqi blinked and smiled meaningfully. Her Highness told me personally. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 832. It was nighttime in the palace. A black figure flashed and disappeared from Huayong Palace like a ghost. Her movements were silent and there was no fluctuation of force. Hence, it did not attract the attention of the guards. The moonlight shone down and the night was as cool as water. The surroundings were quiet. So much so that Sheng Wanwan could clearly hear her own beating heart. She clutched her chest and pressed her body against the door. The blood in her body seemed to have frozen, bringing with it an icy aura. Her limbs were extremely stiff. She did not dare to breathe loudly. Her eyes were wide open and there was still a tinge of blood in her eyes. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat and her lips were pale. If someone came in and saw her like this, they would definitely think that they had seen a ghost. Her mind was completely blank. Just now, look at you. A cold and hoarse voice sounded beside her ear, with a trace of contempt and disdain. You only took a person's yuan meridian. Is there a need to be like this? It's useless. Sheng Wanwan swallowed her saliva with difficulty. She wanted to suppress the fear in her heart, but it was no use. Everything that happened just now was still replaying clearly in her mind, over and over again. She knew that she was a ruthless person. After so many years, in order to get to where she was today, what kind of methods had she not used? Even when she finished off all those people in the mystic forest, her expression did not change. But, even if she was like this, when she thought of everything that happened just now, she could not help but feel a deep sense of fear. I don't. Ugh. Sheng Wanwan wanted to defend herself, but the moment she opened her mouth, a thick smell of blood rushed up from her stomach. She almost vomited. She bent down and retched for a long time. Only when her face was red and her eyes were filled with tears, did she finally feel better. However, after this torment, her body was almost exhausted. She slowly and weakly fell to the ground. If it was not for the enchantment that was set up in the room, this commotion would definitely attract people. A sneer sounded beside her ear. It's only the first day and you're already like this. I think there's no need to continue. No. Sheng Wanwan immediately reacted and shouted hurriedly. I'm fine. I can do it. Whatever you want me to do, I'll definitely do it well. You know what to do. After saying this, the voice disappeared. Sheng Wanwan took a few deep breaths and calmed herself down. The fear in her eyes slowly dissipated. What was left was a viciousness and determination. It wasn't easy for her to reach her current position, so no one could stop her. She sat cross-legged. She put her hands on her knees. She closed her eyes and began to absorb the yuan meridian. The faint moonlight shone in. The bloodstains on her hands had almost dried up, and her nails seemed to be scraping her flesh. It looked very horrifying. Early the next morning, news spread from the Lingyun sect that a disciple had gone missing. Most importantly, this disciple was a genius with a Daijing Yuan meridian that they had just accepted this year. Unlike top sects like Dragon Teeth Mountain, Soaring Cloud sect did not have many Daijing Yuan meridian geniuses. The sudden disappearance of one of them caused quite a commotion. But there were many sects in Xiling City, and Soaring Cloud sect was one of the most inconspicuous ones. The disappearance of one person did not attract the attention of the people outside the sect. Perhaps he ran out on his own, or was delayed by something at the last minute. Even the people from the Soaring Cloud sect were optimistic, thinking that they would be able to find them soon. But after a day and night, there were still no clues. Only then did the people of Soaring Cloud sect realize that something was wrong. They began to gather their strength and search from top to bottom. But they still found nothing. That disciple seemed to have evaporated into thin air and completely disappeared. But what was even more shocking was that a day later, another disciple of Soaring Cloud's sect went missing. Also, he had a Daijing Yuan meridian. One might be an accident, but the other two were definitely intentional. There was a lot of discussion in Xiling City. They began to wonder if Soaring Cloud's sect had offended someone to get revenge like this. And the other party had specifically targeted their most outstanding genius. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Soaring Cloud's sect. After this, the entire Soaring Cloud sect began to be under martial law. But 2 days later, the same thing happened again. What annoyed Soaring Cloud sect the most was that they had set up layers of barriers, but the other party did not seem to care at all. They broke through easily. They did not even know who did it. After losing so many genius disciples in succession, Soaring Cloud sect master finally could not take it anymore and went to the palace to ask for help. The third princess sent a team of black cavalry over. Strangely enough, after the black cavalry went, nothing like this happened to Soaring Cloud sect again. For a time, everyone in Soaring Cloud sect was grateful to the third princess. And when the people in Xiling City heard this news, they also praised her. Previously, Shengguanwan was discussed a lot because she did not successfully retrieve the medicinal herbs needed for her majesty. When the princess was here, she could pacify Dahuang's swamp. But when it came to the third princess, she could not even retrieve a few medicinal herbs. In comparison, the difference was like heaven and earth. Because of this, Shengguanwan's reputation was also affected. Now, relying on these matters in Soaring Cloud sect, she had recovered a little. However, there were still some people who secretly sighed. In the end, it was different from when the princess was here. No matter how one looked at it, the current third princess could not be compared to the princess. However, the current Tianling royal family only had one suitable candidate for the throne, and no one else could be chosen. If Her Majesty did not wake up, it would probably be like this in the future. Xiling was in a turbulent situation. Chu Luyue and the others, who were thousands of miles away, were busy heading to the Red Moon Desert. After a period of trekking, they finally arrived at the intersection of the three realms. Looking ahead, the golden desert stretched as far as the eye could see. Under the sunlight, it reflected a dazzling light. Heat waves rolled, and even space seemed to be distorted. Just standing at the edge was already unbearably hot. If they entered, who knew how terrifying it would be? In the Red Moon Desert, all kinds of forces are mixed, and the pressure is extremely heavy. Flying in the air will consume a lot of energy, so it's better to walk. Qini looked at the desert in front of him, and a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Dumpling had already shrunk to the size of a palm and was obediently squatting on Chu Luyue's shoulder. Chu Luyue nodded. There are many dangers in here, so everyone must be careful. Then, she took the lead and walked forward. Just as her feet landed on the yellow sand, a surprised voice suddenly sounded in her ears. You're back. Hurry up and welcome her. Rustle. Rustle. In the vast Red Moon Desert, a series of strange noises suddenly came from all directions. Digression, 6:0 Clock mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 833. Something seemed to be surging under the desert, and it was all heading toward Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment, then she felt something moving under her feet. She looked down and realized that the sand under her feet was moving rapidly. It was as if there was an invisible hand pulling her forward. Lu Yu. Several people shouted behind her. Chu Luyue hurriedly looked back, but was shocked to find that the figures of those people had already disappeared. Ha ha ha. They have already been sent to other places. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have entered this place so easily. This was Diwu Zhang's voice. Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. She was about to speak when she heard him continue. Don't worry, girl. Since they are your friends, we naturally won't hurt them. Only then did Chu Liyue relax and allow the yellow sand under her feet to send her into the depths of the Red Moon Desert. The closer she got, the clearer the clamor from before. The girl is back. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block the way. Bah! Why are you so anxious? You're not anxious, but I am. Get out of the way. Let me see what this girl looks like now. Hearing the lively discussion about her, Chu Liyue's mood became very strange. Why did it seem like she was very popular here? It was no exaggeration to say that she simply had the illusion of returning home. However, she didn't see a single figure when she looked around. Only the yellow sand under her feet was moving continuously. And that sound seemed to be coming from below. Strange, she had come to the Red Moon Desert before, but she didn't see such a scene then. But now it seemed that those people weren't lying when they said that she liked to come to the Red Moon Desert the most. And it seemed that she had a deep relationship with this place. When other people came to Red Moon Desert, they had a hard time walking. However, it was very easy for Chu Liyue. She didn't even need to walk. The yellow sand under her feet automatically and quickly sent her forward. After a while, she finally stopped in front of an oasis. This was a clear and clean lake, and it was also the coolest and most comfortable place in this scorching hot desert. She took 2 steps forward, stood by the lake, and saw her own reflection. The chatter by her ears disappeared in an instant, and she fell into a strange silence. After a moment, a slightly shrill voice exclaimed. Why does she look different? Upon hearing this, Chu Liyue instantly narrowed her eyes. Ah! It's her. This face to be her. Another voice, full of joy. Furthermore, the aura on her body is unique in this world. She is definitely It's her, it's her. Let me see. Let me see. Noises resumed in the surroundings. For a moment, Yayu didn't know whether it's Yayu. Instead, she was quite used. Chu Liyue stared at the lake. It was a light blue color, and the water surface was sparkling. At a glance, it looked like a huge sapphire. The breeze on the water surface seemed to carry a trace of coldness and sweetness. Alright, you've all seen. Let's disperse first. This time, you came here for proper business. Diwu Zhang's voice carried a trace of majesty. Ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the water. The voices gradually dispersed with reluctance. Soon, the surface of the lake regained its tranquility. Chu Liyue was surprised and asked the lake surface tentatively, "What's the matter? Senior Diwu? Are you under here?" Diwu Zhangze laughed. "You can say yes, but you can also say no. The entire Red Moon Desert is our territory. You can go anywhere. It's just that this place used to be your favorite, so we directly brought you here. Apart from not being able to leave the Red Moon Desert at will, they could do whatever they wanted here." Chu Liyue nodded thoughtfully. With their strength, it was normal for them to be able to do this. "Girl, did you remember anything when you saw this?" Diwu Zhangze asked cautiously. Chu Liyue was stunned, then shook her head. Diwu Zhangze paused and laughed again. "It's fine. You just came here, so it's fine if you can't remember. After staying here for a long time, you might remember everything." Chu Liyue smiled faintly. "Thank you, Senior Diwu. Actually, I also want to know what I've forgotten." She vaguely felt that it was very important content, but she didn't know where to start. It would be best if she could remember it here. "What are you thanking him for? We haven't done anything yet." Lan Xiao snorted softly, then asked with slight disdain, "Girl, it's been so long. Why are you still at the peak of stage 5? Chu Luiyue was speechless. Mu Hongyu and the others were already very shocked to see her break through to this level. Even Chu Luiyue felt that her breakthrough speed was already considered extremely fast. She didn't expect that there would be a day when she would be despised by others. From his tone, it seemed like she was a hopeless good-for-nothing. Actually, I can already break through to stage 6, sigh, you're still as worrisome as before. Stay here first and wait until you break through to stage 6 before you start training. Training? What training? Chu Luiyue asked curiously. Naturally, it's the training you went through here before. Lan Xiao sighed. You must have forgotten all those, learn from the beginning. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Why did she suddenly have a bad premonition? But Lan Xiao had already said it, so Chu Luiyue didn't know how to react. She could only sit cross-legged and prepare to break through. Becoming a stage 6 warrior wasn't difficult for her now and she could do it easily. However, a stage 6 warrior that was considered outstanding in the eyes of others might not even be considered a beginner in the eyes of these few people. Tianjing Yuan Meridian. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips. She would tell everyone that even if she didn't have the Tianjing Yuan Meridian now, she would definitely not be worse than before. Seniors, please forgive my friends. Chu Luiyue didn't have any other worries in her heart. She was just afraid that something would happen to those few people. A cold voice sounded. They are extremely lucky to be able to come in. If you have the time, you should think about how to improve your abilities. This was Dugu Maobao's voice. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Senior, thank you for your guidance. With that, she immediately held her breath and prepared to break through. Lan Xiao said softly with dissatisfaction. Why are you so fierce to her? Isn't it just Rong Xiao who broke your Xian formation again? Vent your anger on him. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 834. Dugu Maobao frowned and retorted. Rong Xiao is Rong Xiao, and she is her. I'm not venting my anger on her. I'm just urging her to cultivate. Don't forget, she doesn't have the Tianjing Yuan Meridian anymore. If she wants to reach the same level of strength as before, she'll have to put in more than 10 times more effort than before. Lan Xiao and Diwu Zhangze fell silent upon hearing this. How could they not know this? In fact, Dugu Maobao's statement was still a conservative one. The difference between the Tianjing Yuan Meridian and the Daijing Yuan Meridian was more than 10 times. It wasn't easy to start all over again. Although that's the case, don't you feel that there's something unusual in this girl's body? Diwu Zhangze thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask softly. Haven't you thought about how she managed to subdue the 2 Tian baby? They didn't dig out the 2 Tian baby for her back then because they felt that the time wasn't right. One had to know that she was much stronger than she was now. But now, she managed to subdue that thing with the strength of a stage 5 warrior. It was truly inconceivable. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be true. Although her realm isn't high now, her strength isn't weak. She might even have a few powerful trump cards. Lan Xiao agreed. Something that can deal with the 2 Tian baby can't be ordinary. Even in the entire Tianling dynasty, there might not be such a thing, right? In that case, although she doesn't have the Tianjing Yuan Meridian, she seems to have some other benefits. Dugu Maobao said calmly. No matter what treasures she has, her strength can't be worse than before. Diwu, I'll leave those people to you. You must train them well. I don't want them to be burdens to this girl in the future. Diwu Zhangze chuckled. Of course. I've already roughly checked the situation of those people just now. TSK, they're not bad at all. There's even a faint Yuan body among them. If you teach them well, they'll have a bright future. The friends that this girl likes are naturally good, Lan Xiao said lazily. Other than her bad taste in men, everything else is good. Oh, right, Big Bao, you still have to continue training. I agree with Rongxiu, but I think little Snowflake is very pitiful, so let it go. When it was still young and ignorant when it contracted with Rongxiu. Dugu Mobao snorted but didn't reply. Eventually, the Red Moon Desert. Chu Luiyue meditated beside the lake as her aura surged. Soon, the energy between heaven and earth's. A vortex of a vortex directly above her head. Chu Luiyue shut her eyes tightly, and all the force in her body started circulating rapidly. Finally, Snow Sky Shi. Calm, the Ting. Big. Lin. At this point, all of Chu Luiyue's attention was focused. She could even clearly feel that the invisible barrier of a rank 6 warrior was within reach. She made up her mind and controlled the force to hit the water droplet in her dantian. Whoosh, like a wave crashing onto a reef, it surged violently. The 5 lines on the water droplet seemed to be affected and moved along with it. Chu Luiyue wasn't discouraged and tried again. Whoosh, the attack this time was stronger than before. The water droplet let out a buzzing sound. The lines on the water droplet fluctuated even more. The dark clouds in the sky gathered quickly and the sky darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Silver snake-like bolts of lightning swam through the thick layers of clouds. This girl is just about to break through to a rank 6 warrior. Why is there such a big commotion? Lan Xiao, who was waiting leisurely, was shocked when he noticed the change. Ordinary cultivators would only trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon when they break through to the rank 7 warrior realm. Even the most outstanding Daijing Yuan Meridian martial practitioners were rarely able to do this. If it was you, in the past, this wouldn't be strange. But the key was that she didn't have the Tianjing Yuan Meridian now. There is indeed a problem with her Yuan Meridian. Dugu Mobao suddenly spoke. What problem? Lan Xiao was confused. She does have the Daijing Yuan Meridian now. They definitely wouldn't be wrong about this. I didn't say that she doesn't have the Daijing Yuan Meridian now. What I meant was that her Yuan Meridian is different from ordinary Daijing Yuan Meridian cultivators. Dugu Mobao muttered to himself and lowered his voice. If I didn't guess wrongly, her Yuan Meridian level has increased at least twice. What? This time, even Lan Xiao was so shocked that he couldn't say anything for a while. All the cultivators in the world had different talents from birth. The difference in the level of the Yuan Meridian basically determined the level of talent. Of course, the level of the Yuan Meridian could be changed. But the requirements were very high and it was extremely difficult. And usually, it could only be changed once. But Debao actually said that this girl's Yuan Meridian level had increased at least twice? How is this possible? A cultivator's Yuan Meridian can't withstand such torment. Of course it's impossible for ordinary people. But she's different. Maybe the Yuan Meridian in her body might not be worse than the Tianjing Yuan Meridian in the future. Lan Xiao seemed to have suddenly thought of something and took in a deep breath. You mean, Chu Luiyue didn't know about their reactions? She didn't dare to relax at all. After a short pause, she tried for the 3rd time. This time, when the force hit the water droplet, Chu Luiyue heard a crisp cracking sound. Bang! The barrier of a rank 6 warrior was finally broken by her. Immediately, the surrounding heaven and earth energy started to flow into Chu Luiyue's limbs and bones at an even faster speed. Finally, it all flowed into the water droplet. The 6th pattern finally appeared slowly. When Chu Luiyue was about to break through to a rank 6 warrior, Mu Hongyu and the rest who came with her had already split up. Diwu Zhangzi purposely didn't let them stay together. After all, these people all had their own specialties, and it was best for them to train separately. The Red Moon Desert was vast and boundless, so they didn't have to worry about bumping into each other. As for Rongxiu, Diwu Zhangzi was even less worried. Dugu Mobao was watching. However, in these few years, Rongxiu's strength had increased rapidly, and now, even Debao had to put in more effort to deal with other people. I really don't know how he cultivates. Thus, in the Red Moon Desert, everyone split up and went through different tests. And in this process, their combat power also increased rapidly and silently. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 835. In the blink of an eye, a month's time had passed. There were only 5 days left before the wedding of third Princess Shengguanwan and Jiang Yucheng. Logically speaking, everyone should be in a jubilant mood on such an auspicious day. However, the atmosphere in Xiling City was inexplicably gloomy and oppressive. Even the usually bustling streets were much more deserted. This was all because of a series of strange things that had happened in Xiling City recently. Many disciples of various sects had recently disappeared for no apparent reason. Most importantly, they were all cultivation geniuses with Daijing Yuan meridians. At first, 3 people from the Soaring Cloud sect went missing. Although everyone was surprised, they only thought that they had offended someone they should not have offended, which led to such a disaster. In addition, after the third princess sent the Black Cavalry to support them, the Soaring Cloud sect did not have such an incident again. Thus, everyone did not take this matter to heart. However, such peaceful days were soon disrupted. Because the same thing had also begun to happen in other sects. And the sects that had such incidents were basically those ranked in the upper echelons of Xiling City. There were a few outstanding geniuses, but they were not considered top-notch sections. For example, an existence like Dragon Teeth Mountain had been safe and sound. Instead, it was those sects that were about the same level as the Soaring Cloud sect that began to encounter accidents one after another. When the number of Daijing Yuan Meridian geniuses who went missing in Xiling City exceeded 5, everyone finally realized that the situation was much more serious than they had imagined. It was obvious that the other party was targeting such people. Although these sects had already strengthened their vigilance and searched everywhere for clues, they still did not find anything. Moreover, often after 1 or 2 people went missing, the other party would change to another sect to target. Their whereabouts were erratic and unpredictable. Just how powerful was this person to be able to do all this without anyone noticing? Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. For a time, almost everyone in Xiling City was in danger. No one knew if they would be the next. Especially those young cultivators with Daijing Yuan meridians, they were even more uneasy. Although they had outstanding talent, their current strength was still limited. They had not had the time to grow into a true powerhouse. How could they deal with all this? Although the third princess had sent Mu Qinghe and the others to investigate the matter thoroughly, they had not found the culprit, and there was almost no progress. Therefore, even though Shengguanwan and Jiang Yucheng's wedding was approaching, the sky of Xiling City seemed to be shrouded in a layer of shadow. The Imperial Palace. Jiang Yucheng went straight all the way to Huayang Palace. His face was expressionless, and the aura around him was cold and gloomy. Many palace servants felt fear in their hearts and hurriedly saluted. Jiang Yucheng ignored these people and went straight to the main hall. Chan Yi was guarding the door. When she saw Jiang Yucheng arrive, she curtsied. "Greetings, young master." Jiang Yucheng asked coldly. "Where is His Highness now?" Chan Yi said. "His Highness came back to rest after the morning court. He's taking a nap now." Without another word, Jiang Yucheng lifted his foot and was about to go inside. Chan Yi immediately stepped forward and stopped him. Her tone was polite, but her expression was resolute. "Young master, His Highness has been busy with the wedding matters and also has to deal with various matters in the imperial court. He hasn't been able to rest properly. Now that she's finally fallen asleep, why don't you let her rest for a while? If there's anything, how about letting this servant pass on the message?" Jiang Yucheng sneered. "Is she really that tired? How come this young master doesn't know?" Yuan Wei and the people from the Ministry of Rites were handling the various trivial matters of the wedding. At most, she would say a few words and give her opinions. He was also handling the various matters in the imperial court. Sheng Wanwan looked busy, but in reality, she did nothing. What was there to be tired about? Chani frowned inwardly when she heard Jiang Yucheng's unpleasant tone. There were only a few days left until the wedding. Why did Jiang Yucheng suddenly come to find trouble with His Highness at this time? Young master, it's really inconvenient for His Highness to see you right now. You should, impudent. Jiang Yucheng hollered angrily. You're just a lowly servant, yet you dare to stop me time and time again? Chani, you've been by the third princess's side for a long time, and you're highly regarded. Do you actually think that you're a master now? Panic flashed across Chani's face, and she immediately knelt down. I don't dare. I'm just helping His Highness, Chani. At this point, Sheng Wanwan's voice suddenly sounded from the room. Let Yucheng in. Chani heaved a sigh of relief in her heart and hurriedly said, yes. Then, she lowered her head. I know my mistake. Young master, please. Jiang Yucheng narrowed his eyes, walked past her, and pushed the door open. Chani, go and receive your punishment yourself. Yes. Chani then stood up, carefully closed the door, and knelt down in the courtyard. When the other servants in Huayong Palace saw this scene, they didn't dare to go near and could only discuss it privately. What's wrong with young master? Why is he so angry today? Who knows? But it's definitely not a small matter. When young master came in the past, when did he treat Chani so rudely? On the surface, it looks like he's punishing Chani, but he's actually slapping His Highness's face. That's right. Who doesn't know that Chani is His Highness's most trusted subordinate? There's only a few days left for her to fool around, so why did she suddenly cause such a scene? Shoo. Don't say anything else. Be careful of your words. Let's go. Disperse. The servants in Huayong Palace were all smart, and they knew what they could say and what they couldn't. Hence, Jiang Yucheng didn't even care if his previous actions would be spread out. Besides, he really couldn't tolerate it anymore. When he walked into the room, Sheng Wanwan was sitting in front of the dressing table. After she came back, she originally planned to take off her mask, but who knew that she would hear Jiang Yucheng coming in? Thus, she could only put on her half-removed mask again. When Jiang Yucheng came in, he just happened to catch a glimpse of the ghastly wound on her cheek. It had already been so long, but the wound on Sheng Wanwan's face hadn't improved in the slightest. In some places, it even festered from time to time, making it look extremely sinister. Jiang Yucheng couldn't help but frown. After a while, Sheng Wanwan finished putting on the mask and turned her head to look at him. Her face was as bright and clean as before, no different from before. However, Jiang Yucheng knew what her true face looked like under that mask, so he actually felt even more awkward looking at it. However, Sheng Wanwan didn't seem to notice. She frowned when she saw the anger that hadn't yet faded from Jiang Yucheng's face. She frowned a little and said tiredly, "What do you want to do by coming in so aggressively? Let me say something first. This consort is very tired right now and doesn't have the energy to deal with you. If there's nothing urgent, let's talk about it another day." Jiang Yucheng sneered. "Don't you know best why you're tired?" Sheng Wanwan paused. "I already warned you once before to stop before going too far. But what are you planning to do now? Are you crazy? You can get a better reading experience from the Love Network." Chapter 836. Sheng Wanwan's expression immediately turned cold. This consort isn't crazy. This consort knows what she's doing. I don't need you to tell me what to do. She looked coldly at Jiang Yucheng. Do you think that just because our wedding is imminent, you have the right to control everything about this consort? Jiang Yucheng, don't forget your status. No matter what, he was just a descendant of an aristocratic family. If it weren't for his engagement with her, how could he have everything he had today? After all, she was going to officially ascend the throne in a few days. When that time came, Jiang Yuqing would be even lower than her. He actually dared to be so arrogant in front of her? Jiang Yuqing was so angry that he laughed. It seemed that Sheng Wanwan had really been blinded by the status and power that had yet to come. Military power wasn't in her hands. Even if imperial power was in her hands, she was just a puppet. Besides, her foundation wasn't solid. It was hard to say if she could even hold on to this position. Without him, would she be where she was today? He originally didn't want to argue with her about this. After all, it wasn't the first time he knew that Sheng Wanwan was brainless. Back then, he'd chosen her because he saw that she was easy to control. But he didn't expect that she'd become so crazy now. Jiang Yuqing's gaze was cold. Enough people have gone missing in Xiling City. At this critical time, I don't want to hear this kind of news again, understand? However, in the face of Jiang Yuqing's repeated warnings, Sheng Wanwan didn't take them to heart at all. She sneered, turned around, and leisurely took off the exquisite dangling ornament on her head. I knew you came for this matter, but there's really no need. It's just that a few disciples have gone missing. Up until now, no one has found any clues. In the future, no one will find out who did it. What are you worried about? She didn't avoid Jiang Yuqing guessing that she was the one who did it. In any case, the two of them had done too many unspeakable things together, and they had each other's weaknesses. Unless Jiang Yuqing wanted to fight to the death, he had to stand on her side. Seeing that Sheng Wanwan was so fearless, Jiang Yuqing frowned and the anger in his chest burned even more. In order to recover her strength, Sheng Wanwan had indeed gone crazy. She didn't even care about how much of an impact it would have on them if something like this happened at this time. Right now, she only had herself in her mind. Besides, I'm doing this for the sake of both of us. You don't want me to be unable to even pick up the scepter on our wedding day, do you? Sheng Wanwan glanced at him. That was the symbol of the Tianling Emperor's status. If she failed in front of all the civil and military officials, then she would be completely finished. Even Jiang Yuqing was the same. He couldn't possibly find a third princess to marry. Jiang Yuqing clenched his teeth. In the end, he could only spit out one sentence, remember to wipe your mouth clean after eating. With that, he turned and strode away. Sheng Wanwan sneered disapprovingly, then turned her head to look at the mirror to do her makeup. In the depths of her eyes, a trace of blood gradually spread. It was cold and sinister, but it disappeared in an instant. After Jiang Yuqing left Huayang Hall, he had nowhere to vent his anger and wanted to directly leave the palace. But when he thought about how His Majesty had yet to wake up, he suppressed his anger and went to Qingfeng Hall. In the end, he happened to see Zhuo Mingxi walking out of his room. Jiang Yuqing felt that it was strange. Counting the days, it shouldn't be Zhuo Mingxi's turn to be on duty today, right? He walked forward, official Zhuo. Zhuo Mingxi looked up and saw that it was Jiang Yuqing. He froze for a moment, then bowed with a smile. Eldest young master. Jiang Yuqing glanced at the tightly shut door and asked, shouldn't official Zhuo be resting at home today? Why did you come to the palace? Why isn't your attendant here? Zhuo Mingxi was rarely alone. Zhuo Mingxi smiled and cupped his hands. I really shouldn't be here today, but I suddenly found a method in an ancient book the day before yesterday. I wanted to see if it would work on His Majesty, so I came to take a look. I hope eldest young master won't take offense. Jiang Yuqing nodded in understanding. Not at all. Official Zhuo is so dedicated to His Majesty, so you should be praised. How can you blame me? Has His Majesty's condition improved? Zhuo Mingxi paused. In fact, the poison in His Majesty's body has basically been cleared. It stands to reason that he should wake up in a few days, but what? Hearing that His Majesty might wake up, Jiang Yucheng's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, "It's just that His Majesty seemed to have been stimulated by something before, and he doesn't seem to want to wake up. That's why there hasn't been any progress until now. If we can invite someone close to His Majesty to come and talk to him, maybe His Majesty can wake up." Jiang Yucheng's mind moved slightly. Oh. Then in officials' opinion, who is the most suitable person to invite? Zhuo Mingxi looked troubled. The people outside didn't know, but the people in the palace knew clearly. Qingfeng Hall was strictly guarded, and no one was allowed to come close. Even the young princes and young masters were not allowed to enter. Let alone the others. In the end, only third Princess Shenghuanhuan was the most suitable person. How could Jiang Yucheng not think of this? He slightly restrained his expression. In other words, if the third princess is invited, then His Majesty is very likely to wake up? Zhuo Mingxi hurriedly lowered his head. "Your wedding with Her Highness is imminent. I'm afraid that at this time, I will talk to her about this matter." Official Zhuo, you just need to help His Majesty recuperate. If His Majesty really wakes up, you have contributed greatly. Zhuo Mingxi repeatedly thanked him and said, "Eldest young master, His Majesty's health has been fluctuating. The third princess has always been suspicious of the people taking care of His Majesty, including those two. So, what do you think about this matter? Don't worry, I know what to do. Before His Majesty wakes up, try not to let this matter spread." Jiang Yucheng said indifferently. Zhuo Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. As long as His Majesty wakes up, we will be at ease. If there's nothing else, this humble subject will take his leave first. Jiang Yucheng nodded and let Zhuo Mingxi leave. After he left, Jiang Yucheng personally went into the room to check. Everything was similar to what Zhuo Mingxi said. He calculated in his heart for a while, and finally returned to Huayang Palace to tell Shenghuanhuan about this matter. Shenghuanhuan actually didn't take this matter to heart, but she had no choice but to agree perfunctorily after being urged by Jiang Yucheng. In any case, in her opinion, whether Imperial Father woke up or not didn't affect her much. Because no matter what, she would be the one standing at the top. Jiang Yucheng knew what Shenghuanhuan was thinking. He wanted to say a few more words, but in the end, he gave up. There were some things that didn't need to be told to her. As long as His Majesty wakes up, then, the rest of the matter would naturally be solved easily. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 837. Undercurrents were surging in Xiling City, but the people in the Chongshu Pavilion did not seem to care at all. Because their thoughts were all on Chu Luiyue and the others. When the group returned from the Dahuang swamp, none of the three senior brothers and junior sisters came back with them, which made them very worried. Even though Jian Fengqi quickly came over to explain the situation, she still couldn't help herself. But after so long, there were still no signs of them coming back. How could they not be worried? If not for the pavilion master staying on the mountain with a calm expression, they would have gone to the Dahuang swamp to look for them. In an inconspicuous room on the mountain, Qi Dai was lying on the bed. Yu Qisong was beside him, taking his pulse. The two disciples stood at the side and watched. They seemed a little nervous, but also a little curious. After a while, Yu Qisong nodded and looked at the two. Not bad. His body has taken a turn for the better. Although his Yuan meridian is mostly destroyed, his life is saved. Thanks to the two of you for taking care of him during this time. The two hurriedly said, "It's all thanks to the pavilion master's prescription. We just did some small things. It's not worth mentioning." Yu Qisong smiled and shook his head. "I know his body's condition very well. It was not easy for him to get through it. Thank you for your hard work." As he spoke, he took out 2 wooden boxes and handed them to each of them. "These are the prescriptions for refining 6th-grade pills. Take them and study them well. Try to refine them as soon as possible. The two were shocked and looked at each other. One of them hurriedly said, "Pavilion Master, this is too valuable." They had only taken care of Chi-Dai for a while and did not do anything big. This reward was too generous. Just take it. Seeing Yuchi-song insist, the two could only take it in surprise and joy. The other person could not help but ask, "Pavilion Master, is it worth it for you to go through so much trouble to save his life? His mind is not clear anymore. Even if he is saved, I'm afraid he will be seriously injured, unable to speak, and confused like a 3-year-old child." Why did the Pavilion Master value him so much? Yuchi-song glanced at Chi-Dai. "I have my own considerations. This person was very important. Jiang Yucheng had taken the initiative to deliver such a weakness to him. How could he not seize it?" The remaining 2 disciples looked at each other, still puzzled. But since the Pavilion Master said so, it must be useful. After a moment of hesitation, one of them continued to ask, "Pavilion Master, little junior sister and the others haven't returned yet. What do you think?" Yuchi-song paused and shook his head gently. "Don't worry, they will return safely." Red Moon Desert. Under the scorching sun, a figure was running quickly in the boundless golden desert. A fist-sized ball of yellow sand was following closely behind her. "Stop chasing! Stop chasing!" Mu Hongyu shouted as she ran. In a moment of panic, her body instantly disappeared from the spot. A moment later, he appeared in another place. She hurriedly turned around to take a look, but there was nothing. However, just as she heaved a sigh of relief, she saw that not far away, a mass of yellow sand quickly condensed and pounced on her again. Puff! That lump of yellow sand directly hit her face. In an instant, Mu Hongyu's head and face were covered in sand. Dazed, she stood rooted to the ground. After a moment of daze, she started to scratch her head crazily and screamed hysterically, "Ah! Is there an end to this? Ever since I entered this Red Moon Desert for no reason, I was separated from the others. Then, this lump of yellow sand kept following me. At first, I didn't realize that something was amiss. After being attacked a few times and landing in a pathetic state, I then realized that this thing was targeting me. Just like what Qin Yi said previously, it was difficult for cultivators to walk in this desert. Every step consumed a lot of energy. Mu Hongyu relied on her faint yuan body and originally thought that it would be easier for her. In the end, she was pestered by this thing and started to run on a long road. During this period of time, no matter where she ran, she would always be greeted by a lump of yellow sand. Speaking of injuries, they weren't very serious. However, which girl could endure being covered in dust all day long? Mu Hongyu felt that she was going crazy. "I beg you, don't follow me anymore. I really don't know how I offended you. I really can't take it anymore." She was exhausted, and the force in her body was almost depleted. She really couldn't take it anymore. Then, she directly lay down on the ground. Ow! The moment she touched the ground, she was so scalded that she straightened up like a carp. "It's too hot. I actually forgot that this is the Red Moon Desert." Just as she was feeling miserable, she saw another lump of yellow sand gathering in front of her. The key was that it was twice as big as the previous one. Mu Hongyu cursed under her breath and resigned to her fate as she turned around and ran. That's right. If a faint yuan body can't even travel 50 kilometers, how can it be called a faint yuan body? In the dark, Diwu Zhangzi, who was controlling everything, couldn't help but mutter. According to the rumors, a person with a faint yuan body can travel thousands of kilometers in an instant. What does this count as? The others don't seem so noisy. Diwu Zhangzi looked at the other's situation. Needless to say, Qin Yi and Lei Laoxi's cultivation levels were much higher, and they could take a beating very well. As for that round-faced lady, her face was also flushed red as she crazily refined pills. As for that golden-haired young man, Tisk, he can really endure it. With such a cold and evil aura in his body, it's really enviable when he cultivates. Even someone as picky as Diwu Zhangze couldn't help but praise him. Sigh, I wonder how you, is now. Big Bao is training her personally. Thinking about Dugu Maobao's methods, Diwu Zhangze's eyelids twitched harshly. These few people added together probably can't even compare to that girl's suffering. Dugu Maobao might dote on her, but he's really inhumane when it comes to training her. Achoo! In the center of the Red Moon Desert, beside the Sapphire Lake, Chu Luyue suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose. I wonder who's talking about me? However, I don't have the time and energy to think about this now. Faster. Faster. Dugu Maobao's cold voice sounded. Chu Luyue changed her palm into a fist and punched forward again. A figure flashed in front of her. The other party dodged again. At the same time, a leg kicked towards Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue clenched her teeth and turned her waist, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, one of her calves was still scraped a little, and instantly, she felt a burning pain. She lowered her body and immediately squatted down, pouncing towards the other party like a fox. The other party grabbed her neck with one hand. Chu Luyue tilted her head to avoid it, then immediately clamped down on the other party's wrist with one hand and attacked. Bang! The two of them fell heavily on the ground. Lan Xiao came back after wandering around and was surprised by this scene. Big Bao, you don't seem to be using the peak of the 6th stage puppet from before? Dugu Maobao said coldly, this is the peak of the 7th stage. Digression, translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 838. Lan Zhao's mouth twitched. Peak of rank 7? She just broke through to rank 6 not long ago, and you're already so ruthless? Isn't it inappropriate? Lan Zhao's heart ached when he saw how badly injured she was. I only have one rank 6 puppet, and it was destroyed by her, so I can only change it to this. Dugu Maobao said without a change in his expression and heartbeat. Lan Xiao choked and was speechless. These puppets were refined by this fellow himself, and he could have any rank he wanted. What's there to say? It's just an excuse. Lan Xiao couldn't help but lament. It's rare to see you so shameless when she's around. How nostalgic. If you have nothing to do, I can help you find some entertainment. Dugu Maobao's voice was filled with murderous intent. Cough, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. I'll leave her to you. Lan Xiao disappeared quickly after he finished speaking, as if he was afraid that Dugu Maobao would do something. What a joke. It was fine if he tortured you, alone, but he did it to raise her strength. Dugu Maobao knew what he was doing. But if it was him, Dugu Maobao would probably torture him to death. His body was extremely delicate. Especially his face, he couldn't be hit. Lan Xiao left decisively, and Dugu Maobao was the only one left. His attention was naturally all on Chu Luyue. When she broke through to become a stage 6 warrior, Chu Luyue triggered the heaven and earth phenomenon, which surprised Dugu Maobao. Originally, after knowing that she had changed her body and had a Daijing Yuan meridian, he had already planned to train her according to the standard of a normal Daijing Yuan meridian cultivator. He didn't expect her to be so much more outstanding than they expected. Dugu Maobao had always had high hopes for her, so he simply gave up on his previous plan. He clenched his teeth and followed the previous training intensity. He first threw out a peak rank 6 puppet to test the waters and was shocked to find that her adaptability seemed to be stronger than before. Thus, when the lass was able to fight to a draw with the puppet at the peak of the 6th step, she immediately switched to the puppet at the peak of the 7th step. In fact, she didn't let him down. She grew rapidly in every battle. At first, she didn't even have the strength to fight back against this peak rank 7 puppet and could only be suppressed. But now, she could try her best to avoid the attacks and counterattack from time to time. Although her cultivation level wasn't high, her strength had already far exceeded what she appeared to be on the surface. At this point, Chu Liuyue's entire focus was on the puppet in front of her. The longer the two of them fought, the more intense the fight became, and the more injuries she suffered. At this moment, there was not a single part of her body. But for some reason, the battle intent in her heart was getting stronger and stronger. Gradually, Yu was Dugu Mo Shi's. Sometimes, even she herself didn't know how she was able to execute her moves. It was like an instinct. She gradually realized. Inside her body, there was another her who had been sleeping. And now, that her was slowly awakening. Swish! The puppet bent its arm and used its elbow to hit Chu Liuyue's chest. Chu Liuyue's body shook and a sweet taste of blood gushed into her mouth. Her gaze turned cold. Instead of retreating, she moved forward. At the same time, she clamped the puppet's arm and threw it forward. Bang! The puppet was fiercely thrown to the ground. Chu Liuyue took advantage of the situation and directly stomped her foot on his back. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Chu Liuyue stomped a dent into the puppet's steel body. Chu Liuyue spat out a mouthful of blood and roughly wiped the blood off her lips. She looked at the blue lake. She was in a daze for a moment. She vaguely heard her own voice. Debao, come again. Chu Liuyue's speed of improvement was faster than Dugu Mabao had expected. Her body seemed to contain endless potential. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the potential. As long as she was given a certain amount of stimulation, she could quickly stimulate the energy in her body and become even stronger. Could this be related to the strange Yuan meridian in her body? Dugu Mabao thought to himself. Swish! The puppet under her feet disappeared. Another identical puppet appeared in front of her. This one is the same as the previous one. This time, as long as you can settle it within 15 minutes, you'll pass. If someone else was here, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. Chu Liuyue, a beginner stage 6th stage, had to fight with a peak 7th stage. Not only did she have to win, she had to set a time limit of 15 minutes. That was simply crazy. However, Chu Liuyue seemed to be used to it. She lightly nodded and agreed. These puppets were all meticulously refined. They were powerful and precise. Her advantage was that she could use her force to fight against her opponent. After all, puppets only had physical strength. However, there was one thing that she could not compare to the puppets: they did not know pain or fatigue. Chu Liuyue had fought with them for so long. If not for the abundant force in her body, she would not have been able to hold on. Now, it was not easy for her to shorten the time to 15 minutes. If I can do it this time, can I make a request? Chu Liuyue suddenly asked. What do you want? Dugu Mabao asked. Chu Liuyue took a deep breath and said, I want to go back to Xiling first. Calculating the time, it was almost the 6th of June. She did not want to miss the wedding day of Shengguan Wan and Jiang Yucheng. Dugu Mabao agreed readily when he heard that. No problem. That was her territory. There was no problem if she wanted to go back. Chu Liuyue was relieved. She looked at the puppet in front of her, and a cold light flashed across her eyes. Then, she attacked first. Chu Liuyue and the rest were in different parts of the Red Moon Desert. They were all training hard. There was only one person who could be considered to be relaxed. Rong Xiu. He did not need to ask to know that Dugu Mabao and the rest must have brought Chu Liuyue to the center of the Red Moon Desert. There was only one lake in the desert, and it was also their biggest stronghold. Of course, it was her favorite place to stay in the past. He walked forward, wanting to go in that direction. However, Lan Xiao and the rest were not willing to let him go. They tried to stop him. Luckily, Rong Xiu's strength had increased greatly, and it was not difficult for him to deal with these. When he broke through Lan Xiao's checkpoint again, he finally succeeded in angering Lan Xiao. "I'm not playing anymore. Anyway, you is going back to Xiling. There's no point in doing this anymore. Sigh, she will definitely be busy with the Tianling dynasty when she goes back. I really don't know what's the point of being the empress. You should have told her to come with us." Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, right. Oh, right, there's something I forgot to tell you seniors. You, is no longer the empress. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 839. What did you say? Lan Zhao's voice was filled with shock. How can she not be the empress? Rong Xiu's expression didn't change, and his voice was clear. "If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Or you can ask anyone from the Tianling dynasty." Hearing that Rong Xiu didn't sound like he was joking, Lan Xiao also realized that something was amiss. There was no need to lie about this. Since Rong Xiu said this, it must be true. They were only happy that Yulan had returned and didn't ask her that much. What's going on? Is it because she doesn't have a Tianjing Yuan meridian? Back then, she was indeed given the title of empress because of this. However, it didn't seem appropriate to remove her title just because of this, right? The Tianling dynasty must have accumulated 1,000 years of luck to have a genius like her. If they had a brain, they wouldn't do such a thing. Rong Xiu lowered his eyes and hid the murderous intent in them. His thick eyelashes cast a faint shadow under his eyelids, making the aura around him seem much colder. Because her Shengguanyu identity is already dead. Big Bao. Big Bao. Dugu Mabao was watching Chu Luyue fight with the puppet when he heard Lan Zhao's anxious voice. He frowned. What's wrong? Lan Xiao had always placed great importance on his image, including his voice. If nothing major happened, he definitely wouldn't sound like this. Nervous and angry. Dugu Mabao's heart skipped a beat. Lan Xiao hurried back with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Even when Yulan didn't come back for a few years, he didn't show such an expression. Lan Xiao closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down. Where's Fifth? Ask him to come back. Dugu Mabao didn't understand and frowned. What's wrong? What happened? Lan Xiao didn't answer directly and only urged. Ask him to come back first. I have something to say. Dugu Mabao could only call Diwu Zhangzi back. What are you doing? I'm teaching those kids well. Diwu Zhangzi was speaking when he saw the strange expressions on the two's faces, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. What was going on? The three of them had known each other for many years and understood each other very well. The current atmosphere was simply too rare. Something must have happened. Especially Lan Xiao, his face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. This expression was normal on Dabao's face, but on him, it was too strange. Dugu Mabao said, now that everyone is here, can you tell me what's going on? Lan Xiao raised his chin and spoke to Diwu Zhangzi. Look after Dabao first. The two of them looked at each other blankly. What is going on? Do you know why you changed her body? The two of them frowned. They had always thought that it had something to do with her memory loss, so they had never asked. Lan Xiao took a deep breath and said word by word, this is because you died of sexual intercourse. Those bastards from the Tianling dynasty seized power and took advantage of you's amnesia to force her into a dead end. And now, she is indeed not Shengguanyu, but Chu Luyue. Previously, when she called herself Chu Luyue, they didn't take it seriously and thought that she was just being cautious and didn't reveal her real name. Who knew that this was the situation? This news was simply too shocking, and Dugu Mobao and Diwu Zhangze couldn't react for a moment. What are you talking about? You, is exceptionally smart and powerful. In the Tianling dynasty, she is almost above everyone else. How could it be? Although the Dahuang swamp they were in was also part of the Tianling dynasty's territory, they had never taken the Tianling dynasty seriously. Because of this, they didn't pay much attention to the situation over there and knew nothing about these things. Moreover, in their eyes, only you could bully others. How could anyone frame her to death? Dugu Mobao suddenly asked, say it again. Say it again. Who are the ones who harmed her? His face was expressionless, and his tone was very calm. But Diwu Zhangze and Lan Xiao felt a chill in their hearts. He was simply too scary like this. Big Bao, calm down first. Lan Xiao advised. I'm very calm. Dugu Mobao interrupted him. I'll ask you again. Who are the ones? Shi Ling. There were only 4 days left until Shengguan Wan and Jiang Yucheng's wedding. This day was also the day that Xiahou Yushu would go to the Jiang residence to deliver the betrothal gifts. Originally, they didn't intend to do it so early. After all, no one wanted to clash with Shengguan Wan and Jiang Yucheng's big day. But the Jiang residents took the initiative to ask them to deliver the betrothal gifts first. After the two's wedding was over, they would then work on Xiahou Yushu and Jiang Yuji's wedding. The Xiahou residents did as they were told. Xiahou Rong also came along. Logically speaking, he didn't need to come along. But he knew that Jiang Yucheng wanted the 9 Clouds Yuan recovery pill, so he could only bring it over personally. This way, on the one hand, it was for safety, and on the other hand, it could show the importance that the Xiahou residents placed on this marriage. Loads of betrothal gifts were sent to the Jiang residents. In the front hall, the two families were sitting together and chatting happily. After chatting for a while, Xiahou Rong mentioned that he had some matters to discuss with Jiang Yucheng in private. Everyone thought that the two of them were going to discuss matters of the imperial court, so they let them go to the study. After entering the room, Xiahou Rong took out the black wooden box and handed it over. It's here. I hope eldest young master can abide by the previous agreement. Jiang Yucheng's lips curved up into a smile as he reached out to take the item. Of course, suddenly, his expression changed. This thing has been touched by someone. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 840. Xiahou Rong was stunned. What? He hastily glanced at the wooden box made of black gas, frowned, and firmly denied. This is impossible. I have been keeping this thing carefully, and no one has touched it. Jiang Yucheng's expression was cold, and his aura was chilling. It's obvious that the seal has been tampered with. I gave this thing to you personally. Don't you think I know what it was like at that time? Xiahou Rong choked. What about the key? Jiang Yucheng stretched out his hand. Xiahou Rong was also very unconvinced, so he threw the key over. His face didn't look good. Young master, since I promised to return this thing to you, I will never break my promise. If you want to see it, just go ahead. At that time, Jiang Yucheng personally promised to give this 9 Clouds Yuan recovery pill to him as a reward. But now, before he could use it, it was taken back. Xiahou Rong was quite dissatisfied with Jiang Yucheng for a long time. So he spoke very rudely at this time. Jiang Yucheng took the key, ignored him, and opened the black wooden box. Click. The wooden box opened. It was empty. Jiang Yucheng's face darkened in an instant. He sneered and looked at Xiahou Rong. Lord Xiahou, what do you say? Xiahou Rong widened his eyes in shock, staring at the empty wooden box. How is it possible? How is this possible? I have been keeping it well. How can it be gone? Jiang Yucheng threw the black wooden box in front of Xiaorong, and it fell on the ground with a muffled sound. Whether it's true or not, see for yourself. Xiaorong couldn't care less. He directly picked up the black wooden box on the ground and looked at it carefully. When he looked around and confirmed that there was indeed nothing inside, his face turned white with a schwa sound. Fine beads of sweat quickly seeped out of his forehead, and his lips trembled slightly. The black wooden box in his hand instantly became a hot potato. Xiaorong didn't know whether to take it or throw it away. The expression on his face kept changing, which was wonderful. Jiang Yucheng stared at him coldly, his eyes cold. After a while, Xiaorong seemed to have finally reacted and hurriedly raised his head. I don't know. I really don't know. Ever since he obtained this item, he had been carefully keeping it. How could it suddenly disappear? The corners of Jiang Yucheng's mouth twitched without a smile. So you're saying that the thing inside ran away on its own? Xiaorong began to recall quickly as countless images flashed through his mind. No, no. Today, he had personally gone to the study to retrieve this item. There was nothing unusual about the whole process. There was no trace of it being touched at all. In other words, the other party must have taken it away without anyone noticing. Can do that. Wait a minute. Xiaorong's face suddenly changed. The number of people who were so clear about everything could be counted on one hand. Especially if you know how to find it and take it away. It seems that Lord Xiao already knows who did it, said Jiang Yucheng calmly, his gaze filled with mockery. Xiaorong's lips moved, and he muttered in disbelief, impossible. 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 I've always trusted Lord Xiao's character. This time, I'll take it that you didn't guard it well. As long as you can find the person within a day and bring the 9 Clouds Yuan recovery pill back in one piece, this matter will come to an end. I'll treat it as if it never happened. How about that? Jiang Yucheng looked down, twirled the thumb ring in his hand, and slowly said, as for the person who did this, I'll have to trouble you to deal with him as well, Lord Xiao. After all, the fewer people who know about this, the better. I'm doing this for your reputation. Don't you think so? He felt that he was already very benevolent by dealing with it this way. But to Xiaorong, this was undoubtedly an extremely difficult matter. This was because the person who did it was highly likely to be his second son, Xiao Tingan. Xiaorong kept quiet for a while before swallowing his saliva with much difficulty. If you find that person, can you spare his life, eldest young master? Jiang Yucheng looked up slightly and glanced at him nonchalantly. Looking at Xiaorong's nervous face, he suddenly laughed. It seems like I guessed correctly. It was indeed Xiao Tingan who did it. I didn't expect him to be so daring to do such a thing. Xiaorong's hands trembled. This matter hasn't come to a conclusion yet. Perhaps it's someone else, but you also know that he was chased out of the house by me some time ago. I'm afraid that his injuries haven't fully recovered yet. How could? His voice became softer and softer. To be honest, even he didn't believe it himself. To be able to successfully sneak into the Xiao residence, pass through the barrier outside the study without a sound, enter, find the key, open the wooden box, and take the item away, other than Xiaorong himself, only Xiao Tingan can break through these layers of defense. Jiang Yucheng looked at Xiaorong as if he was looking at a joke. What a pitiful parent's heart. Lord Xiao is pleading for him here and wants to protect him no matter what, but it's a pity that he doesn't care about you, his father. If he had any concerns about you and the entire Xiao residence, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Jiang Yucheng's words were like a knife that pierced into Xiaorong's heart. He closed his eyes, suppressed his emotions, and cupped his hands. Eldest young master, don't worry. I'll definitely return the item perfectly. If it's really that unfilial son who did it, I hope that eldest young master can let him off this time on my account. Xiahou Rong had almost never begged anyone with such a humble tone. Even when he wanted to get the 9 clouds yuan recovery pill back then, he had a lot of discussions with Jiang Yucheng. This was the first time he begged like this. Jiang Yucheng paused for a long time before finally nodding. Okay. After Xiahou Rong went out, he quickly left with Xiahou Yushu and the rest. Other than him and Jiang Yucheng, nobody knew what the two of them were talking about in the study. Almost everyone thought that everything related to the marriage was going smoothly, and they just had to wait for the wedding to be over. Then, the two aristocratic families could join forces. After returning to the residence, Xiahou Rong immediately ordered his men to bring Xiahou Tingan back. Everyone in the Xiahou residence was very shocked. They just fought for him not long ago, so why did they have to bring him back? But he's my biological son after all, and he's the one I doted on the most for so many years. It's normal that I can't bear to let him go. Very quickly, they sent back news that Xiahou Tingan had been staying with the lady from Chun Fong restaurant. When Xiahou Rong heard this, he was furious and immediately went over personally. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 841. When Xiahou Rong came, it was evening, and Xiahou Tingan was eating with Xiao Dai. As if it was because she came from Chun Fong restaurant, Xiao Dai wasn't good at cooking, and the food she cooked was hard to swallow. Xiahou Tingan was born a rich young master, so everything he ate and used was the best. How could he be used to such food? At the start, he could still bring Xiao Dai to restaurants outside, but as time passed, he didn't have much money on him. One had to know that when he left the Xiahou residence, he had very backbone and left without a single cent. The wealth and the cosmic ring that he gave Xiao Dai was all used to redeem Xiao Dai, so he didn't have much left. The two of them had been living a simple life for quite a few days. Xiahou Tingan originally felt uncomfortable, and with the 9 clouds yuan recovery pill being stolen, he had been very uneasy and fearful during this period of time. He had no energy in the day and couldn't sleep at night. Even if he occasionally fell asleep, he would have nightmares. After a period of torment, he had lost a lot of weight. Xiahou Tingan started to regret it. Even though this residence was clean and tidy, it couldn't be compared to the Xiahou residence. There was also no one to serve him. He was used to living a life of luxury. Experiencing the life of an ordinary person was even more unbearable than killing him. Actually, Xiahou Tingan had thought of going back to admit his mistake. But on the one hand, he couldn't bring himself to do so as he was afraid of being mocked by others. On the other hand, he was also worried that the 9 clouds yuan recovery pill would be exposed. Rather than that, he might as well live like this. However, this tranquility was quickly broken. Bang! The sound of the door being kicked was heard, and Xiahou Tingan and Xiao Dai were both shocked. The two of them looked at each other and heard Xiahou Rong's angry voice from outside. Unfilial son! Come out now! Xiahou Tingan's heart skipped a beat. They must have found out that I lost the 9 clouds yuan recovery pill. He instantly stood up in a panic and instinctively wanted to escape. Xiao Dai looked at him in confusion. Second young master, is the person outside Lord Xiahou? He seems to be here to find you, just say that I'm not here. Xiahou Tingan hurriedly said and wanted to jump out of the window. But before he could move, his waist was entangled by a rope. Xiahou Rong pulled hard. Xiahou Tingan instantly fell backward. Bang! He fell heavily in front of Xiahou Rong. Second young master, seeing this scene, Xiao Dai shouted in a panic. She clutched the door tightly with both hands, looking very worried. Xiahou Rong glanced at her coldly. This young lady looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She had a small face without any makeup and was delicate and pretty. She looked especially pitiful when she cried. She was indeed very different from Jiang Yuxi's arrogant and overbearing appearance. No wonder this unfilial son would do such a thing. Scram! Xiahou Rong bellowed. From now on, don't let me see you in the West Hill. Xiao Dai's body shuddered, and tears streamed down her face as she looked at Xiahou Tingan with reluctance. I can leave, but please don't hurt second young master. It's all my fault. Xiahou Rong frowned and his aura became colder. Fear flashed across Xiao Dai's face as she hurriedly said goodbye to Xiahou Tingan and ran away crying. Only the father-son duo was left in the yard. Xiahou Rong directly dragged him into the room and looked down at him with a dignified expression. Father. Xiahou Tingan was slightly more awake at this point. Seeing this scene, he vaguely guessed something and shouted guiltily. Don't call me. Xiahou Rong rudely interrupted him. Speak. Where's the 9 clouds yuan recovery pill? Xiahou Tingan hurriedly said. Father, I don't know. I really don't know. Pack. A loud slap sounded. Xiahou Rong harshly slapped Xiahou Tingan, causing him to fall to the ground. Speak. Xiahou Tingan coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even 2 of his teeth were knocked out. This showed how harsh Xiahou Rong was. I really don't know. Xiahou Tingan was also filled with grievances. Apart from you, who else could steal something without anyone noticing? Xiahou Rong gritted his teeth. Did you find someone to help you? Now that he thought about it, the item might have been lost on the night someone eavesdropped on him. The person who ran away might have purposely gone to lure the tiger away from the mountain to make it easier for this unfilial son to take action. Xiahou Tingan knew that the matter had been exposed, and he couldn't deny it. But, that item really isn't with me. Father. Listen to my explanation. I did want to steal the 9 clouds yuan recovery pill that day, but someone snatched it away the moment I opened it. Until now, I still don't know where it is. Xiahou Tingan hurriedly recounted what happened that day. If it's really in my hands, why aren't you using it now? Father, I'm speaking the truth. After hearing Xiahou Tingan's explanation, Xiahou Rong's heart gradually turned cold. If everything he said was true, then someone purposely followed him into the study that day and took the chance to steal the item. The most terrifying thing was that Xiahou Tingan didn't see what the other party looked like. He didn't have a single clue. If he wanted to find the person, wouldn't it be like finding a needle in a haystack? What Jiang Yucheng wanted was to send the item back perfectly within a day. Xiahou Rong's vision turned black, and he almost fell to the ground. Father. Upon seeing this, Xiahou Tingan hurriedly went to help him up, but he was pushed away. Unfilial son. Do you know how big of a trouble you've caused this time? If Jiang Yucheng finds out that the 9 clouds yuan recovery pill is missing, our family won't be able to bear the consequences. Not to mention that I want to protect Xiahou Tingan, but if this matter gets out, I won't even be able to protect myself. The 9 clouds yuan recovery pill is the Tianling royal family's heirloom. If it lands in anyone's hands, it will become a huge hidden danger. The other party has obviously been eyeing us for a long time. They definitely want to make use of this 9 clouds yuan recovery pill. Suddenly, a white light flashed across Xiahou Rong's mind. Who in this world would be so stubborn about this item? To the point of spending so much effort to snatch it? You have to know that I took it from the princess 2 years ago. A ridiculous thought surfaced in his mind, and Xiahou Rong couldn't help but tremble. Upon seeing his reaction at the side, Xiahou Tingan's heart also hung up. It seems like this matter is even more serious than I thought. But at this point, Xiahou Tingan still thought that he was worried about Jiang Yucheng. Thus, his eyes turned, and he had some thoughts. He inched closer, lowered his voice, and said, "Father, don't worry. Aren't you just worried about Jiang Yucheng? Actually, you don't have to think so much. Jiang Yucheng was also involved in the princess's incident back then, so he definitely can't escape. With this, he really won't dare to do anything to you." Xiahou Rong suddenly looked at him in shock and anger. "What else do you know?" Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 842. Xiahou Tingan was shocked by his reaction and instinctively stepped back, but his collar had already been grabbed tightly. "Speak. You heard everything that day, didn't you?" asked Xiahou Rong harshly. "Father." Cough cough. Xiahou Tingan grabbed his hand and wanted to pry it away, but he started coughing uncomfortably. I just heard a little." Cough cough. However, Xiahou Rong didn't believe him. His face was unprecedentedly dark. Xiahou Tingan had never seen him with such an expression, and he couldn't help but swallow his remaining words. After a while, Xiahou Rong released his hand and stood up. "Come with me to the Jiang mansion. When you reach there, you just have to tell Jiang Yucheng what I said previously, but you can't let him know what you heard. Do you understand?" Xiahou Tingan nodded nervously. Xiahou Rong looked at him with deep eyes and sighed in his heart. It's obvious that there are still people in Xiling City who want to find out the truth behind the princess's death back then. These people might be in the imperial court, or they might be in the marketplace. Also, there was something that he couldn't help but worry about. Those people might have already returned. Red Moon Desert. After several attempts, Chu Luyue finally managed to push the puppet in front of her to the ground within 15 minutes. Her body was almost covered in wounds, and there was even a trace of blood at the side of her lips. She looked very disheveled. After training here for a month, she felt that she had died a few times. Every time she felt that she could no longer continue, she would rely on the stubbornness at the bottom of her heart to forcefully endure it. However, her efforts weren't wasted. Other than her physical strength becoming stronger and her movement skills increasing, she had unexpectedly broken through to the intermediate stage 6 when she fought with this puppet. Previously, she had stayed in the heaven-wrecking Holy Seed's divine domain for a year and had accumulated a lot of origin power. In addition, during this period of time, she had been crazily fighting with these puppets. Her combat strength had constantly soared, so it was normal for her to advance. "Big baby. I won," said Chu Luyue happily as she heaved a heavy sigh. Beside her, the peak 7th order puppet had already been beaten to a pulp. However, no one responded to his words. The surroundings were quiet. Chu Luyue stared blankly for a moment before taking a few steps closer to the lake. "Debao?" Only then did he hear Debao's voice. "We all saw it. You did very well." After being here for a long time, Chu Luyue became more familiar with them. For some reason, Debao's tone sounded a little off. She blinked and asked tentatively, "Debao, why do you look so unhappy?" Actually, it couldn't be said that he was unhappy. Instead, it was more like he was suppressing some kind of anger. Although he seemed very calm when he spoke, for some reason, Chu Luyue had this feeling. Could it be that someone had provoked him? "It's just a small matter. It doesn't matter." Debao briefly skimmed over it and changed the topic. "You said before that you wanted to go back to West Hill after winning, right?" Chu Luyue nodded. Calculating the time, it should be too late to go back now. "I'll send you back," Debao said calmly. Chu Luyue was happy at first, but then she sensed that something was wrong. She frowned. "Debao, are you really okay?" Debao didn't answer. The yellow sand under Chu Luyue's feet suddenly began to flow. The next moment, the scene in front of her changed. She composed herself and looked around. Only then did she realize that Debeo had sent her directly back to the intersection of the three realms. Then, she saw a figure rushing over from the direction of the Red Moon Desert. Although he said that he had rushed over, he was actually sent out directly. Ouch, my waist. Mu Hongyu held her waist and grimaced in pain. However, halfway through her sentence, she saw Chu Luyue in front of her. Luyu? She immediately exclaimed. Then, she ran directly towards Chu Luyue. Ah, it's really you. Great. She originally wanted to rush over and hug Chu Luyue, but when she reached Chu Luyue, she remembered that she was covered in dirt and stopped herself. Chu Luyue supported her arm. Mu Hongyu widened her eyes and saw that Chu Luyue seemed to be injured. She was about to speak with heartache when she realized that the pressure on her body seemed to be heavier than before. It seemed to be much stronger. Luyu, have you broken through to the intermediate 6th stage? Mu Hongyu was overjoyed. After seeing Chu Luyue nod with a smile, she immediately circled her several times in amazement. You're amazing. How long has it been, and you've risen 2 levels in a row? Let me tell you, bang. A voice suddenly fell beside the two of them. It was Yi Ranran. Ouch, she was still holding the medicine cauldron tightly, as if she was afraid that it would be broken. Chu Luyue glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw that the medicine cauldron was filled to the brim with elixirs. At a glance, there were all kinds of elixirs, and their levels were not low. Chu Luyue's eyelids twitched. Ranran. Mu Hongyu hurriedly helped her up. Yi Ranran was still in a daze. When she saw their faces, she was pleasantly surprised. Her round little face had lost a lot of weight, and her eyes were red. I finally found you. She didn't know why, but people kept forcing her to refine elixirs, and there were all kinds of rare herbs. She was exhausted, but she couldn't bear to stop. In the end, she was so tired. Then, Chang Wanzhou, Qinilei, and Old Four appeared one after another. Chu Luyue sharply realized that although they seemed to have gone through a lot of torture, everyone's strength was much stronger than before. It should be because of Debeo and the others, right? Chu Luyue's heart warmed slightly. Let's talk when we get back. Let's go back to Xiling first. They didn't have any objections. Qini said, since we're also going back to Xiling, let's go together. Chu Luyue glanced at him and nodded lightly. Okay. Thus, they decided to go back together just like that. Mu Hongyu said, I remember that we still have to go through a few transportation arrays when we get back. Before he could finish his words, a blue barrier enveloped them all. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. This should be Debeo's doing. At this moment, Debeo's voice rang in her ears. Go back and do what you want to do. Even though his voice was as tender as a baby's, it sounded calm and steady to Chu Luyue's ears, and it was filled with a calming power. Chu Luyue's heart seemed to have an additional layer of confidence. She bowed in the direction of the Red Moon Desert and said seriously, Thank you, seniors. Then, the blue barrier flickered. Their figures instantly disappeared from where they were. Xiling. The streets were decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and there was a hubbub of voices. Because the third princess's wedding was in 3 days, it was also the day she ascended the throne. Thus, the entire Xiling celebration lasted for 10 days, from 3 days before the wedding to 7 days after the wedding. At the Jiang residence, the lanterns were lit. Hearing the bustling sounds outside, Jiang Yucheng's heart skipped a beat. Let's go out for a walk. Digression, at 6 p.m., mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from AI Network. Chapter 843. The entire Jiang residence had already been decorated and looked very jubilant. Jiang Yucheng walked to the door and stood with his hands behind his back. Even if he didn't have any expectations for this wedding, his heart still seemed to be touched by something when he saw this scene. The same scene had appeared here 2 years ago. For a moment, he almost thought that he had returned to that time. Eldest young master. Sun Qi walked forward and looked at him inquiringly. Do you have any orders? Jiang Yucheng came back to his senses and shook his head. Just walk around, no need to follow me. Yes. Sun Qi hurriedly responded. Jiang Yucheng walked forward. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he heard whispers coming from the side. Hey, how much do you think eldest young master will give this time? Will it be the same as last time? At that time, the lowest-ranking servant in our residence was given 100 white crystal coins, and the higher-ranking servants were even given 1,000 red envelopes. That's impossible. After all, that was his wedding with the Empress. Although the third princess has a noble status now, she's still a little lacking compared to the Empress. I think it's good enough to get 2/3. Hey, you guys are really optimistic. I don't think it's that good. Can't you see that our eldest young master's reaction this time is completely different from last time? The wedding is in 3 days, but I haven't seen eldest young master smile in this period of time. I'm guessing that this year, he probably didn't even smile by half. Pa. Don't say such depressing words. Eldest young master and the third princess wedding is a joyous occasion. You haven't even seen eldest young master once in a few days, how do you know that he hasn't smiled? Humph, you guys don't know this, right? That day, Lord Yuan Wei from the Ministry of Rites brought people over to discuss the wedding with eldest young master. In the end, eldest young master directly let Lord Yuan take care of it himself. I remember that eldest young master even personally chose the tea set for the wedding last time. Although they lowered their voices, for a powerhouse like Jiang Yucheng, he could definitely hear it clearly. Sun Qi also heard it. He cursed in his heart and hurriedly went forward. Eldest young master, do you want this subordinate to teach those people a lesson? No need. Jiang Yucheng frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. After a moment, he said, just give half of the rewards last time. Sun Qi quickly bowed. Yes. Jiang Yucheng didn't stay any longer. After saying this, he walked out. Sun Qi was dazed as he looked at Jiang Yucheng's back view and was momentarily confused. According to eldest young master's temperament, if he heard such words on a normal day, he would not let them off easily. Even Sun Qi didn't dare to casually mention this in front of Jiang Yucheng. He thought for a while, but couldn't come up with anything, so he gave up. And after Jiang Yucheng walked out, he casually found a secluded corner and changed into a mask. When he walked out, he became another ordinary-looking young master. The streets were very lively. Although many sects were still shrouded in the shadow of their disciples' disappearance, for most people in Xiling City, this matter had nothing to do with them. The third princess wedding gave them a lot of benefits. They couldn't be more happy. Why would they care about anything else? Jiang Yucheng walked alone on the street. At this moment, no one recognized his identity. They all treated him as an ordinary person. They didn't even look at him. Jiang Yucheng walked aimlessly. The scene in front of him was so similar to 2 years ago. However, his mood was completely different. He remembered the discussion of the servants just now and laughed at himself. It was indeed different. At that time, he did his best to prepare everything and wanted everything to be perfect. But now, he didn't have the energy. Even listening to a few more words made him feel tired. If it weren't for those people reminding him, he would have even forgotten about the reward. But in fact, this was originally because he was happy in his heart that he took the initiative to do so. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried about Sheng Wanwan's face, he really wouldn't have bothered to do this. The people around him were all happy and lively. Only he was like an outsider who didn't fit in. Even if he was the one who was really going to get married, he didn't feel much until now. Jiang Yucheng walked to a restaurant, casually went up to the second floor, and ordered some wine for himself. The wine was refreshing and burning as it went down his throat. What lingered in his mind was everything related to that person. Jiang Yucheng was a little irritated. He wanted to get rid of all these, so he drank one cup after another. However, the more he drank, the hotter the wine became, and the more he drank, the more sober he became. Scenes played out in his mind, becoming more and more vivid. Her laughter, her crying, her joy, her grief. He thought that as long as he did what he should do and became the best among these people, he would be her best choice. But he didn't expect that everything was just his wishful thinking. In the end, he found out that the person he thought was always high and mighty and that he could only look up to turned out to have eyes full of starlight because of someone. After that, everything that happened to her had nothing to do with him. Even the wedding that he had prepared with all his heart was nothing more than a dream. She was smiling, and her eyes were bright and clean. But soon, she was engulfed by a ball of fire. In the end, only that pair of determined eyes were left. Jiang Yucheng suddenly woke up. He suddenly stood up. The chair fell to the ground with a muffled sound because of his violent movements. He shook his head fiercely and realized that he seemed to have drunk too much. He paid the bill and walked out. It was time to go back. A gentle breeze blew, and Jiang Yucheng immediately sobered up. The many emotions in his eyes gradually subsided like the tide and faded away. However, just as he turned to leave, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the distance. He was suddenly stunned. It was a woman wearing a red dress, and her exquisite waist could be vaguely seen. Her hair was tied up in an exquisite bun, and her black hair was like clouds. There was only an extremely simple peach blossom hairpin in it. She stood there quietly with her head slightly tilted to the side, revealing her slender and fair neck, as well as the side of her beautiful face. The surrounding lights were brilliant, and the light reflected on her face. It was like the snow on a moonlit night, clean and pure, with a hint of coldness and nobility. Jiang Yucheng's heart suddenly beat faster. It's her. He almost couldn't control himself and quickly went forward, quickly passing through the crowd. There was only one person in his eyes and heart. The closer he got, the faster Jiang Yucheng's heart beat. He reached out and was about to hold the woman's hand. You mobile user, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 844. The woman seemed to have sensed something and turned around. A beautiful face came into view. A trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. Then, her red lips curled into a smile. You are, Jiang Yucheng suddenly paused. Although the woman in front of him looked like her, she wasn't her. Her eyes and brows were similar, but there were some differences. That person's eyes were always gentle and cunning. However, the woman in front of him had a pair of clear, jade-like eyes that were faintly cold. It wasn't her, it wasn't her. Chu Luyue lowered her eyes and glanced at his hand that was suspended in midair. She raised her eyebrows. Although he was wearing a mask, she could still recognize Jiang Yucheng's identity from his figure, footsteps, and voice. Could it be that Jiang Yucheng had mistaken her for Shang Wanyu? She hadn't heard such a title in a long time. TSK, how disgusting. Why are you here? Jiang Yucheng stiffly retracted his hand. His fingers curled, and his throat seemed to be blocked by something. It took him a lot of effort to ask this question. Seeing Jiang Yucheng's shocked and disappointed expression, Chu Luyue blinked and the smile on her lips deepened. Hearing that voice that seemed to be filled with longing and joy, those who didn't know would really think that he was deeply in love with her. And he actually questioned her in such a way. How ridiculous. Could it be that Jiang Yucheng still hoped to see her in Shangguanyu again? Wasn't he the one who forced her into a dead end? What right did he have to talk to her like that? Chu Liuyue's mind raced, but she didn't show it on her face. She smiled faintly and said, "Young master, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I came with my friends. They went in to buy things. I was waiting for them here. In fact, they had just returned to West Hill an hour ago." Originally, she wanted to rush back to the Chongshu pavilion first, but Mu Hongyu said that they were too embarrassed now. If they went back like this, everyone would be very worried. No matter what, they had to wash up first. In fact, it wasn't just Mu Hongyu. The others, including Chu Luyue, all looked very miserable. After all, they had stayed in the Red Moon Desert for so long. The sky was filled with yellow sand and the sun was scorching hot. Their bodies were almost stinking. Chu Luyue also didn't want to go back with a bruised nose and swollen face. After some discussion, they found a temporary inn and cleaned themselves up. As Chu Luyue still had a small bruise on her forehead, Yi Ranran simply applied a thin layer of powder and dressed her up a little. Chu Luyue rarely dressed up. Seeing how insistent Yi Ranran was, she let her be. In the middle, she remembered that she hadn't worn the peach blossom hairpin Rong Xiu gave her properly, so she took it out and used it. Originally, she wanted to go back properly. She didn't expect to meet Jiang Yucheng while waiting for Mu Hongyu and the others to buy things. What bad luck. Chu Luyue sighed silently in her heart. His good mood instantly vanished without a trace. At this moment, Jiang Yucheng finally recovered from his shock. Chu Luyue. Didn't she already? He suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Chu Luyue in disbelief. You're still alive? Chu Luyue narrowed her eyes and raised her chin slightly. She stared into Jiang Yucheng's eyes and smiled faintly. "Young master, you must be joking. I'm standing here perfectly fine. Of course I'm alive." Jiang Yucheng was in a daze for a moment. This expression, this appearance, it really did seem like that person was talking. The alcohol came back to him again, and his head was a little swollen. He only looked at the woman in front of him and murmured in a low voice, "It's good that you're alive. It's good that I really," at first, he felt relieved. Then, as if he remembered something, his expression suddenly changed. No, the strong smell of alcohol wafted over. Chu Luyue calmly took a step back, but her eyes were still fixed on him. Jiang Yucheng's reaction was really strange. "Lu Yu." At this moment, Mu Hongyu's clear voice came from the side. Chu Luyue turned her head and saw Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran rushing over. The two of them were originally happy, but then they saw an unfamiliar young man standing next to them. The way he looked at Chu Luyue was really strange. Mu Hongyu frowned and immediately walked forward. She pulled Chu Luyue over and stood in front of Jiang Yucheng without batting an eyelid, blocking his line of sight. "Lu Yu, who is this person?" Mu Hongyu asked warily. Judging from the smell of alcohol on his body, could it be that he came over to hit on Lu Yu because she was pretty? At first glance, she could tell that he wasn't a good person. Chu Luyue chuckled. "I don't know him. He seems to have mistaken me for someone else." This finally made Jiang Yucheng sober up a little. He closed his eyes and only then did he remember that he was wearing another face. It was normal for them to be so vigilant. But fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, it would really be. He stared at Chu Luyue and turned to leave. "Hey, what's wrong with this person?" Mu Hongyu frowned even more. He didn't even apologize for recognizing the wrong person. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. Why is he so uncultured? Chu Luyue held her wrist and shook his head lightly. "Forget it. What's the point of being calculative with this kind of person? Where's little Zhou and the rest?" Yi Ranran whispered. Big Brother Qin and the others helped him. Big Brother Qin and the others said that they would help him clean up. They should be out soon, right? Chu Luyue face-bombed. The few men took longer than us. I really have to take my hat off to them. Thinking about little Zhou's cold face, Chu Luiyue felt a slight headache. I'm afraid only Qin Yi and the rest can suppress him. Yi Ranran looked around and sighed. Shi Ling hasn't been this lively for 2 years. Last time, speaking of this, her expression darkened. Mu Hongyu was about to ask when she suddenly thought of something and fell silent. It should be related to that princess, right? What a pity. Mu Hongyu muttered. She originally admired that empress concubine a lot. Now that I finally came to Shi Ling, that person was no longer around. Chu Luiyue smiled faintly and said meaningfully, what's there to regret? We're in time for the third princess and eldest young Master Zhang's wedding this time. I'm sure it'll be very lively then. Digression, faint from the heat. 38 degrees Celsius mobile user, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 845. The moment she said that, she heard a few familiar footsteps behind her. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw Qin Yi and Lei Laosi walking in front. We're back. Lei Laosi shouted excitedly at the few of them. Chang Wanzhou followed behind the 2 of them. Chu Luiyue's eyes lit up, and her lips curled up into a smile. Chang Wanzhou had changed into a moon-white outfit with a white jade belt around his waist, which easily outlined the youth's tall and straight posture. His soft, short, golden hair glowed faintly under the illumination of the lantern light. A few strands of hair hung down, covering his excessively sharp brows and eyes, making the aura around him seem much gentler. His nose was straight, his lips were as red as roses, and his jade-like chin was rounder than before, but he still had a youthful vibe. In the past, Chang Wanzhou always wore his old and tattered hemp clothes. His skinny body swayed in an empty manner, and he was full of wildness, just like a wild beast crawling alone, lonely and unruly. Even after he entered the Chongshu pavilion and followed beside Chu Luiyue, he always looked like a gray shadow. It was Chu Luiyue's first time seeing him like this, and she couldn't help but feel emotional. A good-looking person can indeed look stunning just by dressing up casually. At first glance, one would really think that he's a young master from some aristocratic family. Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran also sized up Chang Wanzhou in shock as if they had never seen him before. As if sensing their gazes, Chang Wanzhou's entire body stiffened, and he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He quickly looked up at Chu Luiyue and saw that she was smiling at him, so he couldn't help but feel even more nervous. After a short moment of embarrassment, he turned around and planned to go back. I'll go change back. I really feel uncomfortable wearing this outfit. Hey, Chu Luiyue pulled him back. Seeing his embarrassed expression, she couldn't help but laugh in her heart. But seeing that he was already so embarrassed, she naturally couldn't add fuel to the fire. She gently patted his shoulder and said seriously, Xiao Zhou, you're doing great. Chang Wanzhou was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. Really? The corners of Chu Luiyue's eyes seemed to be smiling. Really? In the past, he had always been alone. In order to survive, he had to compete with groups of wild beasts for all the resources that could be fought for. He had developed a wild nature. But things were different now. He had her and so many of them to accompany him. He would no longer be homeless and helpless like before. Looking at those black jade-like eyes, Chang Wanzhou's uneasiness gradually subsided. Heh, I knew it would definitely please her, they would like it. Lei Laosi smiled proudly at the side. At first, this fellow refused to cooperate no matter what he said. It was only after Lei Laosi persuaded him and mentioned Her Highness that he was finally persuaded. This is what a normal young man looks like. He had long wanted to say that Chang Wanzhou's usual dirty and dusty appearance was really enough. Upon hearing that, Chang Wanzhou's fair face that seemed to be translucent instantly burned up. He turned his head away awkwardly, but the tips of his ears were already red. Chu Luiyue snickered in her heart. This child was like a hedgehog. He looked like he had thorns all over his body and wasn't easy to get close to, but his heart was actually very soft. Also, his skin was especially thin. A casual tease could easily make him blush. But, she raised her brows slightly and glanced at Lei Laosi. Could it be that this person found Chang Wanzhou to replace him because he couldn't show his real face to others? After all, he was indeed an elegant young master back then. But now, he had to disguise himself as a burly man. Seeing that Chang Wanzhou was going to be cooked at this rate, Chu Luiyue finally spoke up out of kindness. Since everyone's here, let's go. Shifu and the rest should be anxious from waiting. As Chu Luiyue spoke, she looked at Qin Yi and Lei Laosi. Then, we'll take our leave now. Qin Yi nodded lightly. Since we're already at Xiling, we won't send you off. Laosi and I will stay at the previous inn. If you need any help, feel free to look for us. Chu Luiyue replied firmly. Okay. After watching Chu Luiyue and the rest leave until they couldn't be seen, the smile on Lei Laosi's face gradually disappeared, and he glanced in a certain direction vigilantly. Big brother, that man just now, Qin Yi smiled. It's him. Lei Laosi's eyes were filled with anger. Pooey. He's really shameless. Just now, we were quite far away, so we didn't see the situation clearly. We only vaguely saw a man talking to Her Highness for a while before leaving. However, we couldn't be more familiar with that person's aura. Even if he turned into ashes, we would still be able to recognize him clearly. Who knows what he said to Her Highness? Then, should we follow them and take a look? Lei Laosi lowered his voice and asked. Qin Yi thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. Why? Lei Laosi was a little confused. Qin Yi's eyes flickered. Naturally, it's because someone's already doing it. What? Lei Laosi was a little confused, but he seemed to have recalled something. Could it be Old Seven? Previously, Her Highness mentioned that Qihan came back with her. The two of them relied on a special yuan instrument to conceal their aura. Qihan seemed to have used Little Hachi's medicine. Even though Old Seven is good at this, there seems to be someone who's better than him. A meaningful smile appeared on Qin Yi's face. I didn't expect there to be such a huge change after 2 years. Lei Laosi was still in a daze. Big brother, do you mean that someone else is secretly following Jiang Yucheng? But other than Old Seven, who else could it be? Let's go. Old Seven probably doesn't know that we're back. As Qin Yi spoke, he walked forward. Lei Laosi hurriedly followed. As he walked, he pondered in his heart. Could it be that other than us and Qihan, there are other people from the 13 Yu who have already returned to Xiling? As Jiang Yucheng walked on the streets, his mind was in a mess. The previous scene seemed to be replaying in front of his eyes. She's not her. He rubbed his glabella and wanted to shake everything off his mind. But for some reason, the more he thought about it, the clearer it became. On the bustling streets, there were many people walking to and fro. That girl in red stood there quietly, looked back, and smiled brightly. That's Chu Luiyue's face. For some reason, Jiang Yucheng felt a little anxious. He staggered and actually almost fell to the ground. Eldest young master. Sun Qi, who had been following in the dark, hurriedly went forward but was pushed away by Jiang Yucheng. Eldest young master, you, Sun Qi said worriedly. The number of times eldest young master gets drunk can be counted with one hand. It's not even time yet, so why? Jiang Yucheng closed his eyes. Back home. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 846. Chongshu Pavilion. Yuchi Song had just taken Chi Dai's pulse again. After this period of recuperation, although Chi Dai's body had not completely recovered, his condition had stabilized. Only his mind was still not very clear. Most of the day, he was in a daze. In addition, he was already mute, so he could not say anything. Everyone in the Chongshu Pavilion did not understand why the pavilion master kept this person. However, seeing that the pavilion master's attitude was firm, they did not ask further. They only did their duty and did what they had to do. Yuchi Song took out a pill and fed it to Chi Dai. He lay on the bed and whimpered twice. A hint of struggle appeared in his eyes. Yuchi Song's heart skipped a beat. To have such a reaction meant that Chi Dai had started to improve. If everything went smoothly. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and turned around to look outside the door. This aura, this fluctuation. Pavilion Master, what's wrong? The two disciples beside him were confused. Yuchi Song quickly got up and hurriedly said, "Take care of Chi Dai." Then, he hurriedly left. It was already night time. Most of the disciples in the Chongshu Pavilion had already gone back to rest. It was quiet all around. Yuchi Song quickly walked forward. Lu Xiao, who had just come out of the medicinal garden, happened to bump into Yuchi Song. Seeing the pavilion master in such a hurry, Lu Xiao felt strange. After bowing, he asked, "Pavilion master, are you going down the mountain? It's already so late." Yuchi Song did not stop walking. He could not suppress the joy and excitement in his heart. "No, I'm going to pick up Lu Yu and the others." Lu Xiao was stunned. "Who needs you to personally?" Suddenly, his eyes widened and he cried out in shock, "You mean little junior sister and the others are back?" Yuchi Song could not help but smile. "That's right, it's them." Hearing this affirmative answer, Lu Xiao let out an excited howl and immediately followed. Me. I'll go too." Before he finished speaking, he had already rushed out and headed straight for the mountain gate. In the blink of an eye, he had already run in front of Yuchi Song. Yuchi Song looked at his back and could not help but shake his head and laugh. There were very few people in the Chongshu Pavilion. For convenience and safety, everyone lived close to each other. Therefore, Lu Xiao's shout immediately attracted the attention of many people. People walked out of the pavilion master, their faces blank. What were the pavilion master and Lu Xiao doing so late at night? A disciple asked. "Pavilion master, this is junior sister. Little junior brother. Ran. It's really you." Lu Xiao's voice was very loud, and this shout was full of energy. It was difficult for everyone not to hear it even if they wanted to. After a short of song of course. "What? Xiao of song of? Lu, and the others. And the of that's. Did they really come back? Look!" Amidst the chaos, someone suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a few figures walking up the stairs. The person in front was Lu Xiao, who was laughing so hard. The few behind him, Chu Luyue, Chang Wanzhou, Yi Ranran, everyone was dumbfounded. Although the pavilion master had always said that they would return safely, everyone in the pavilion was actually very worried. After all, it was the Dahuang swamp. What a dangerous place. They waited day and night, their hearts filled with anxiety. They did not expect them to return so suddenly. Lu Xiao couldn't help but whistle and laugh proudly. "Ha ha ha. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and welcome junior sister and junior brother home." Only then did everyone come back to their senses. The shock on their faces gradually faded, leaving only joy and relief. Ran. Junior sister. Junior brother. Chu Luyue and the others had just come up. Before they could greet everyone properly, they were immediately surrounded by their senior brothers and senior sisters. Ran, are you guys alright? Why are you only back now? Are you injured? Are you injured? What's the situation in the Dahuang swamp? Junior sister, tell us quickly. Chu Luiyue felt a headache coming on. His passion was like fire. For a moment, he really couldn't bear it. Yi Ranran was a soft person. When she saw such a scene, her small round face flushed red and she couldn't say a single word. Chang Wanzhou was even more so. The cold air on his body was constantly emitting, and it was simply freezing people to death. Unfortunately, everyone was too excited at this moment and no one noticed this. Because he had changed his outfit, the senior brothers and senior sisters could not help but praise him. Junior brother is so good-looking. It couldn't be helped. When people were too happy, it was indeed easy to ignore many things. Chang Wanzhou's face darkened even more, but his ears turned red again. The hand holding the sword was ready to move, but when he thought about how these people were actually happy that they had returned alive, he could not take a step forward. Thus, only Chu Luiyue was left who could barely hold the situation. Senior brothers and senior sisters, this is a long story. Let's go in and talk. Chu Luiyue was discussing with everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jia waved his arm and shouted, "Junior sister said to go in and talk in detail." Everyone heard his words clearly. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere became even more lively. Everyone clustered around the few of them as they walked inside. Quick, quick! Bring junior sister and the others back to sit down and talk. Pour tea. I'll serve tea. Hey, have you guys eaten yet? Do you want some snacks first? Aya, don't squeeze junior sister and the others. Make way. It wasn't that Chu Luiyue didn't expect them to be welcomed back, but she never expected it to be like this. Surrounded by the crowd, Chu Luiyue suddenly felt weak, pitiful, and helpless. She glanced at Yuqi Song, who was standing next to her. Master! Please save your disciple. However, before Yuqi Song could answer, a group of people had already crowded around them and walked forward. Yuqi Song looked at the scene in front of him with a smile. He sighed inwardly, and his eyes were slightly warm. Elder Xiaoyi heard the commotion and rushed over. When he saw the noisy scene, he couldn't help but laugh. Our Chongshu Pavilion hasn't been so lively in a long time. In the past 2 years, the people of Chongshu Pavilion had either died, been injured, or left. Even they themselves felt a little miserable. They didn't expect to see such a lively day. Yuqi Song put his hands behind his back and sighed. That's right. This liveliness is all because of Chu Luiyue and the others. Elder Xiaoyi patted Yuqi Song on the shoulder. Let's go. Let's go celebrate the children's safe return. Yuqi Song also smiled. Let's go. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 847. That night, the Chongshu Pavilion was lively for once. Everyone was excited and joyful. They surrounded Chu Luiyue and the others and looked at them from head to toe. Thus, Chu Luiyue decided to tell him everything that had happened. Of course, most of the details were picked out. While she was trapped underground, Mu Hongyu and Yi Ranran filled in the details of what had happened outside. Everyone was filled with emotion after listening to the story. Lu Xiao couldn't help but say, "Why are you so late? No wonder you guys came back so late. So you actually encountered so many things. What exactly is going on in the Red Moon Desert? You've all suffered a lot, haven't you?" Of course, Chu Luiyue didn't expose Debao and the others. She only said that she didn't know what was going on. Yi Ranran refuted in a low voice, "Actually, we didn't suffer much. Actually, we didn't suffer that much, and our strength has increased a lot." Although they were tired at the time, when they thought about it later, they realized that they had benefited the most from it. In that case, it was indeed a great opportunity. Dahuang Swamp is unpredictable. Although it's full of danger, there are indeed many opportunities. You've all gained a lot from this trip. It wasn't a wasted trip. Elder Xia said happily. It was already a happy thing that these people could return safely, but he didn't expect that their cultivation had increased by different degrees. This was a pleasant surprise. Chu Luyue, in particular, had become a 6th-stage warrior. Such a cultivation speed was heaven-defying. In comparison, the people who had returned earlier had basically returned empty-handed. Some of them had even suffered extremely serious injuries. Everyone thought that the disciples of the Chongshu Pavilion had been wiped out this time, but who would have thought that they would be the ones who benefited the most in the end? If word of this got out, it would attract a lot of envy. The group chatted for a long time, wishing they could ask all the questions they could. When Chu Luyue and the others were almost overwhelmed, Yuchi Song finally spoke up to help. Alright, it's too late today. They've just returned, so let them rest first. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. Since the pavilion master had spoken, although everyone was reluctant, they still got up and left. However, seeing how excited they were, they might not be able to sleep peacefully when they returned. Everyone left one after another. Even Mu Hongyu and the others also dispersed. Only Chu Luyue and Yuchi Song were left in the room. Chu Luyue understood that his master had something to ask him. Sure enough, after everyone left, Yuchi Song looked at her and asked, "You said earlier that you plucked the dancing lotus?" Chu Luyue nodded. Yuchi Song frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Then have you ever met a tall man in black?" Chu Luyue's heart stirred. Could he be asking about the first master? Seeing her reaction, Yuchi Song already knew what was going on. It seemed that Chu Luyue had also met that man. But at that time, that man clearly said that the flower belonged to his wife. Why did he allow Chu Luyue to pluck it? Didn't he stop you when you plucked the dancing lotus? Chu Luyue blinked and asked curiously, "Why would he stop me?" In fact, it was the first master who urged her to pluck it. Seeing Yuchi Song's stunned face, Chu Luyue thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I know that person." "You know him?" Yuchi Song was even more shocked. "Luyue actually knows such a strong and powerful person?" Chu Luyue nodded. "For some reason, he helped me a lot." "So? Then do you know who he is?" There was almost no such person in the Tianling dynasty. Chu Luyue shook her head. "His background is mysterious. I don't know more about him." Yuchi Song was a little disappointed, but seeing that Chu Luyue really didn't seem to know, he didn't continue asking. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, "Oh, right. By the way, the fact that you brought the dancing lotus back will probably be known by others very soon." As for the third princess, Chu Luyue's lips curled up. "Master, are you worried that the third princess will ask me for the dancing lotus?" Although it sounded nice, in reality, according to Sheng Wanwan's personality, there was a high chance that she would directly snatch it. The noble third princess went around asking for medicine in order to improve His Majesty's health. It didn't sound wrong. Yuchi Song wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he nodded. The dancing lotus was such a precious treasure. Even the Tianling royal family didn't have it. It was obvious how precious it was. Anyone in the world who obtained it would probably treasure it. No one would be willing to let it be snatched away halfway. Moreover, Luyu must have suffered a lot in Dahuang Swamp. His heart really ached. However, Chu Luyue didn't seem to be worried at all. She smiled faintly, and there seemed to be flowing light in her eyes. If she wants it, she can come and get it. The Chongshu Pavilion was overjoyed and bustling with noise and excitement. However, some people in Xiling City weren't so happy. Jiang Yucheng walked all the way back. The slightly cold night wind blew, and the corner of his clothes fluttered. He originally thought that this would sober him up, but he quickly realized that it didn't. This was because his mind was still replaying the scene just now. That woman was wearing a red dress, and her black hair was like the clouds. She was the only one who occupied his line of sight on the busy street. She looked back and smiled. She was beautiful, pure, and moving. Jiang Yucheng returned to his residence. He paused in the courtyard and walked towards the study. He entered the study alone, closed the door and windows, and then walked to the table and sat down. After a while, he finally took out a rectangular sandalwood box from under the table. With a click, the box opened. A picture scroll was lying quietly in the middle of it. Jiang Yucheng hesitated for a moment, but still took it out and slowly unfolded it. It was a woman in the painting. The woman stood by the lake, wearing a luxurious palace dress and a golden hairpin in her hair. She was dignified and noble. However, at this moment, she seemed to have heard something. She turned around with a bright smile on her face. That smile was different from her usual gentle and polite smile. It was sly and quick-witted, and her eyes were like stars. It was Shengguan Yu. She looked like she was in her teens in the painting, and there was still a hint of youthfulness on her face. However, between her eyebrows, there was already a hint of absolute beauty. This was a scene from many years ago. In fact, even the real Shengguan Yu didn't know that he had such a painting. He originally wanted to show it to her. Suddenly, a series of familiar footsteps came from outside. Jiang Yucheng frowned. It's so late. What is Shengguan doing here? Almost without thinking, he immediately rolled up the painting. The moment he put it in the box, someone directly pushed the door open and entered. Yucheng, Shengguan had just shouted when she saw Jiang Yucheng hiding something in a panic. She knitted her brows. What are you hiding? A better reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 848. It's nothing. Jiang Yucheng looked up, and his expression had already returned to normal. Why did you come at this time? Shengguan looked at him suspiciously. I saw that it seemed to be a painting just now. What kind of painting would make him so wary? There were almost no secrets between the two of us, and she had almost never seen Jiang Yucheng so nervous that he wanted to hide something. It must be a masterpiece for you to take it out and admire it in the middle of the night. Why don't you take it out and let me take a look? Asked Shengguan as she took a step forward. However, Jiang Yucheng's expression was very nonchalant. It's not a masterpiece. I just found it by accident. There's nothing to see. Shengguan couldn't maintain the smile on her face. It's just a painting. It would be fine if he openly took it out for me to see, but he didn't. There must be something wrong with him for him to hide it from me. Shengguan glanced at the spot where Jiang Yucheng put the item back. Jiang Yucheng knitted his brows. As if sensing that Jiang Yucheng wasn't in a good mood, Shengguan quickly retracted her gaze. I didn't come here today to quarrel with him. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, Shengguan's expression became much gentler. I came here secretly this time. Don't worry, no one will know. Everyone in this yard was Jiang Yucheng's confidant, so she wasn't worried that this matter would spread. She took a few steps forward. Actually, You drank? Shengguan's expression changed slightly. Previously, she was quite far away, so she didn't notice it. Now that she was standing closer, she then realized that Jiang Yucheng reeked of alcohol. Upon closer inspection, his eyes were slightly bloodshot, and there was a hint of blurriness in his eyes. He seemed to be a little drunk. Jiang Yucheng had always been very restrained. He would never drink excessively, and he wouldn't let himself get drunk. What was going on? Yucheng, What exactly happened to you? She asked as she reached for him. Jiang Yucheng calmly avoided her hand. I'm fine. If you have anything to say, just say it. Sheng Wanwan's heart felt a little empty after her attack failed. She bit her lip. In fact, she had recently discovered that Jiang Yucheng was becoming more and more impatient and perfunctory towards her. However, although his attitude was distant, as her fiancé, he had done everything that he should, so no one could find fault with him. This made Sheng Wanwan even more aggrieved. She couldn't find a place to vent her anger. She gritted her teeth and suppressed the dissatisfaction and resentment in her heart. I came here today to ask you for the 9 Clouds Yuan recovery pill. Jiang Yucheng frowned instantly. What did you say? Sheng Wanwan was in a difficult position. I also know that I shouldn't do this, but I'm only one step away from recovering my Yuan meridian. There are only 3 days left until the wedding, so I can't do anything else. Even if I forcefully try, I'll at most have a low-grade Daijing Yuan meridian. You want to use the 9 Clouds Yuan recovery pill to raise your Yuan meridian level? Jiang Yucheng interrupted her. Sheng Wanwan nodded. Originally, she didn't think of this. It was only after that person reminded her that she suddenly realized that even if she forcefully recovered her Daijing Yuan meridian, it would be very difficult for her to successfully raise the Tianling scepter. The most convenient thing was naturally the 9 Clouds Yuan recovery pill. I know that you gave that item to Xiao Rong previously, and he definitely won't be willing to return it. However, I can use other things to exchange for it. As long as the item is lost. Jiang Yucheng's voice was very cold. Sheng Wanwan was suddenly stunned. What is lost? Jiang Yucheng enunciated every word clearly. The 9 Clouds Yuan recovery pill has already been stolen by someone. Sheng Wanwan naturally didn't believe him. However, looking at Jiang Yucheng's expression, it didn't seem like he was faking it. She was secretly angry. When can you get it back? Jiang Yucheng lowered his eyes. I don't know. Then what should I do? Sheng Wanwan didn't have the patience to continue pretending. If I can't raise the Tianling scepter, that's your problem. Jiang Yucheng already smelled of alcohol, and his mind was in a mess, so his words weren't very polite. No matter what, you're the 3rd princess with the Tianling royal family's bloodline. This is something you should think about and solve yourself. He rubbed his brows in frustration. If it were you, she definitely wouldn't be troubled by such things. As soon as he finished speaking, the room instantly fell into dead silence. Sheng Wanwan felt like she was struck by lightning. She widened her eyes in disbelief and stared at Jiang Yucheng. What did you just say? Jiang Yucheng also realized that his words were wrong, and his voice softened. I was just saying casually. Don't take it to heart. You still have her in your heart, don't you? Sheng Wanwan suddenly grabbed his wrist, her eyes filled with deep resentment and jealousy. You also think that I'm inferior to her in every aspect, don't you? Jiang Yucheng controlled his temper. You're thinking too much. If it was really as you said, I wouldn't have done that back then. Thinking of the fire back then, Sheng Wanwan gritted her teeth and shook off Jiang Yucheng's hand. Jiang Yucheng, you better remember what you promised me. With that, she turned around and left angrily. Jiang Yucheng stopped her again. Wait, I asked you to go to His Majesty's place to take a look. How's the situation? Sheng Wanwan choked. Actually, she didn't take this matter to heart at all. She only went there once or twice and stayed there for a while before coming out. Jiang Yucheng warned. Don't you know how important His Majesty's sobriety is to us? Okay, I got it. I know what to do. Sheng Wanwan walked around him in annoyance and left quickly. After this commotion, Jiang Yucheng finally sobered up. He thought for a while, walked over, weighed the wooden box, and thought for a while. Actually, there's really no need to keep this thing. He acted like he wanted to burn it, but after going back and forth a few times, he couldn't bear to and could only put it back. Knock knock. Knocking sounds were suddenly heard. Eldest young master, Lord Xiahou is here. Xiahou Rong? Let him in. Jiang Yucheng sat down on the chair. Then, Xiahou Rong came in. He was wearing a black shirt, which completely covered his body. In the dark, if one didn't look closely, one wouldn't be able to recognize him. Behind him, there was a person who was wrapped up tightly. Xiahou Tingan. Jiang Yucheng leaned against the chair and looked at the two of them coldly. It seems like Lord Xiahou is here to return the item. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Rong was instantly embarrassed. He swallowed his saliva with much difficulty and immediately scolded Xiahou Tingan. Hurry and apologize to eldest young master. Xiahou Tingan knelt on the floor and seemed to be quite injured. Why, eldest young master, you don't have to say this. Jiang Yucheng didn't have much patience with him and went straight to the point. Return the item first. We'll talk about the rest later. Xiahou Rong's face turned pale. Eldest young master, that thing is gone. A better reading experience came from the Love Network. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.